Business meeting of the Billings City Council. If you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation by Councilmember Neese. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly come before you and ask for your wisdom that matters before this council. We seek your guidance in the solutions to our city's problems that impact our community. While across the sea, we know of countries and communities that suffer with war, famine, and disease. Yet you have blessed us by placing us in this land, this town, at this time. As we also bless others in you, I ask for your blessing of peace, grace, and mercy, and comfort to be upon our community for your glory. We also pray for the wellness and safety of the men and women who serve those impacted by the pandemic, those that protect this city, this country, this state, both in this nation, both here and abroad. We ask these things for your glory in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Denise, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Hewlett.
Remotely here.
Neese.
Here.
Owen.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Shariki.
I'm here.
Tiswell.
Here.
Sherrington.
Present.
Boyette.
Here.
Robseth.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Before we get to our minutes, everyone, just a couple preliminaries. There are emergency exits at the two doors that lead you out in the courtroom, through the door in the back there, and then, of course, out the main door as well. I just remind our council members that this is the only live microphone, what I call the pizza box up here, so please speak clearly and loudly enough to be picked up there. And remember, it's always on, so be careful what you say. For anybody who might be in the audience, and when we get to items of public comment, we'll ask you to go to the podium and keep your comments to 3 minutes. That microphone only picks up if you speak directly into it. So please keep your mouth fairly close to it and look straight down the shaft of the microphone. And then I believe this is the last week that we'll be in last meeting for our city council meetings, and our city administrator, if he wants to comment on that further in his report, can do so. With those preliminaries out of the way, we'll jump into our minutes. We've got 3 sets of minutes before us. Let's take these one at a time because the last 2 had some very minor corrections. The first one up then is the minutes of January 10th. Is there a motion or discussion? Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the January 10th, 2022 minutes as read.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Shariki. Any discussion, particularly any changes to the January 10th minutes? Councilmember Neese.
I want to thank staff for actually taking a look at the minutes and actually adding more substance to the minutes. Appreciate it. I know it's a little more time consuming, but it does add a little bit more depth to what we're doing here. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the January 10th minutes? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of approval, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Next item, January 24th minutes. There was a change to this. The previous reference to Councilmember Gulick was changed to Councilmember Tidwell in item 2G. With that change having been made, are there any other, or is there a motion or any other discussion? Councilmember Shaw.
I move to approve the minutes of January 24th, 2022 with the change as described.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Any further discussion? Seeing none, if in favor of approval of the January 24th, 2022 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, nay. Motion passes. Lastly is our item, or our February 14th minutes. This set of minutes was also changed slightly to correct the spelling of Mike Scherr's name, which has been corrected. So is there a motion or further discussion?
I move.
Councilmember Gulick?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the council approve the meeting minutes from February 14th.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy. Has the second? Further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approval of February 14 minutes, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. It brings us to council courtesies. Do we have any council courtesies this evening? Any council courtesies? Don't see any. We do have a proclamation, our next item of business, and I will read our proclamation. It's in recognition of the 60th anniversary of KURL Radio. And the general manager is with us, Herm Ellenboss, and after this, I will pose for a very quick photo with Herm. So the proclamation goes as follows. Whereas February 2022 marks the 60th anniversary of KURL Radio, gratefully serving the community of Billings with Christian radio and community service for 6 decades. And whereas KURL has been providing locally originated quality radio broadcasting nonstop for those 60 years, and whereas the station began as a 7:30 a.m. with a frequency swap to 93.3 FM in 2010, and whereas the Christian Enterprise Network owned and operated the station until 1994 when Herm Ellenboss, then the KURL general manager, purchased the station with another local businessman, Ron Fenice, and Herm became the sole owner a few years later, and this summer will celebrate his 40th year with the station, which is pretty good given that he's only 52. And whereas today KURL continues to serve Billings and the surrounding area with Christian radio, an outstanding lineup of local sporting events, including high school and college football, volleyball, and basketball. And whereas KURL has provided radio for sports fans with up to 80 locally produced on-air and online events a year since 1987, and offers an entertaining and encouraging daily menu of programs and music. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim February 22 as the 60th anniversary of KURL Radio. Signed. There you go. Wherever you want.
Okay.
All right. Sure you can get both his head in and me. Okay, congratulations. We have no other proclamations on our agenda for this evening, so we'll move on to council reports. Are there any reports from organizations, committees that council members serve on that they would like to offer at this time? Do not see any, so city administrator reports. Chris, do you have anything for us this evening?
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, you alluded to it earlier. This was our move to the library, back to the library, was to help with the Omicron surge. We are back at City Hall for next week and going forward, hopefully never to return to the library because of the pandemic. We'd love to come here. Actually, for the next 24 hours, we're essentially going to be in this room, because I'll give you a couple other meetings that are going on. So tomorrow from 3 to 5, there's a community meeting being hosted here regarding parks and trails. Will be in this room. Then after you go grab a bite to eat somewhere, the chief is going to be doing a chat with the chief, also in this room, tomorrow night from 6 to 8. So just wanted to remind you of those things. And then last but not least, there's one ex parte item that was sent to Mayor and Council after 3 o'clock this afternoon. It was from a Julie Seedhouse concerning support for regular agenda item number 4, the zone change 1005. And that is it from me, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Brings us then to public comment on non-public hearing items. Our agenda, we'll be following our agenda, and I think there are probably copies back in the corner there. If anybody needs a copy of the agenda, it's also available online. This is the time for public comment on things that there will not be a public hearing on later. We've got 7 items on the agenda tonight, and some of those have sub-items. And the things that do not have a public hearing later are our consent agenda, item number 1, and all of its subparts. So if you'd like to comment on anything on item number 1, now is the time to do it. And then also 7B, which is the development agreement or proposed development agreement for the Zimmerman Home Place development project. There will be lots of other opportunity to comment on the zoning application for the Zimmerman Home Place, and you can wait until then. But if you've got a specific comment for the development agreement, please feel free to make those comments now. Realistically, if you want to make a comment about the development agreement later, I'm not going to be a stickler about that. And if you want to comment on that topic later when we have the public hearing on the Zimmerman Home Place, item 7, of course, I'll let you do that. So anyway, if you'd like to comment on anything under item 1, please come to the podium now and just tell us your name and your address, and we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. So is there any public comment on any of the consent agenda items or item 7B, the Zimmerman Home Place Development Agreement? Any public comment on item 1 or 7B? Don't see anybody. Is there anybody online? Denise? Raising, and a reminder for anybody online who wants to comment, please raise your hand at the appropriate time so that Denise and we can see your raised hand. Any online comment, Denise?
There's not, Mayor.
There is
I am
not.
not seeing
Okay.
anyone, Mayor.
And Kevin, are you the one I should direct that to? Okay, sorry, Denise.
No, that's fine. I can see as well, but I don't see anybody raising their hands.
Okay, great, thank you. Then we'll close our public comment period on the non-public hearing items.
There's a question.
Yes.
Okay, if I want to comment on the school resource officers, it's under 1 down to F, is that?
Absolutely, go to it.
Okay, I just want to
Yep,
make sure it
no,
wasn't out of order.
We'll
Mayor, do we have people in the lobby that?
I'll double check.
yeah, and if anybody's in the lobby and can hear this and wants to comment, of course, please feel free to come in the room to speak at the podium. We'll just ask too that because there are people in the lobby, if anybody is in the community room here and you're done, please leave and maybe tell somebody to come take your chair so we can put as many people in the community room as possible. So go ahead and give us your comments on the school resource officers. Just ask that you give us your name and address at the beginning and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I will do my best. So can I lift this?
Yep.
Sure, sorry.
And you can just tilt it down.
Down?
There you go,
Okay.
there you go.
I
Not
apologize.
perfect.
All right, my name is Crystal Reese. I live at 3116 Boulder Avenue, number 5, and I'm commenting today about the school resource officers here in the community. I'm going to read so I don't forget anything. I am here today to bring awareness to an issue with school resource officers. There is a disturbing pattern of school resource officers with the help of school administrators violating parental rights and the constitutional rights of our most vulnerable citizens, our children. I became aware of this issue several years ago and have continued to find incidents in many communities. In recent years, it is a problem that has gained more national awareness due to programs like Making of a Murderer and how they see us. However, I am here because this is a problem that has recently touched my family here in our local high school. Overall, SROs unlawfully interrogating children goes largely unnoticed because many students do not understand their rights and the juvenile cases are generally confidential. It is a problem that needs careful consideration and immediate action. In the essence of time, I will focus on the memorandum of understanding that was posted in today's agenda. On page 4 of the memorandum, the last point briefly mentions training. The City of Billings has one-page overview and training document that does not give the specific curriculum used to train SROs. What is the curriculum of the training? Who is it offered by? Is it child specialized? Are the trainings offered specific to age groups? Where can parents access training information? If officers are freely roaming the halls of our schools, observing and interacting with our children, I would hope that they have the training unique to the age groups that they are interacting with. It is important to recognize that children are not merely little adults. They are varying stages of growth and development that has to be considered by any authority figure they interact with. Also in the memorandum listed under Program objectives, there are 7 points referenced. The third point references the education of children regarding personal rights and responsibilities, the role of laws, courts, etc. How is the officer offering this education? Is it while using principals as agents to interrogate children while SROs present in a room uses the statements made by the child in an investigation? How are SROs training children and such things when they are not following the laws themselves? This is a particularly important issue considering interrogation tactics are being used on children in school settings that are generally geared towards adults. Even more concerning is when parents are not notified and allowed the opportunity to be present while officers are questioning children. What training do officers receive on constitutional law? It is a violation of the 5th and 14th Amendments every time an officer uses the school setting to question children without parental notification, without reading the child his or her rights, or utilizing school staff as agents to question children when investigating possible crimes. This does happen, and it happens right here in this community. Not only did it just happen a few months ago, the officer was investigating an alleged crime that did not even happen on school grounds or within school authority, but by utilizing the school was able to interrogate children without parental consent or reading the children their rights. I strongly encourage members to look at the Supreme Court case, JDB versus North Carolina, in the scenario that case continues to play out in schools over and over again. I'm also going to leave this right here. It's a case study, principal interrogator, a call for youth informed analysis of schoolhouse interrogations for you guys to look over. It's 41 pages. Like I said, this happened to my child just recently, and he was actually charged with obstruction because he asked the officer to call his parents and was not read his rights, so he got up and left the room. We had to go to court, to mediation, to have that dismissed. I had to pay for a lawyer because there was no legal authority for the officer to charge him with obstruction. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. If you would take your red folder and maybe give it to Councilmember Rupsis right here on the way out, and he'll make sure it gets to our city administrator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on item number 1, our consent agenda, any of the sub-items? Okay, again, don't see any, so we will close the public comment period on item number 1. Is there a motion pertaining to, I apologize, we now have to look for separations. Do we have any separations from item number 1 for a separate vote? Councilmember Neese.
No, since there's no separations, I'll move to.
Well, I do need to ask, are there any separations?
Oh, no, I didn't
Are
see
there
anyone
any
raising their
separations?
hand, so I was going to make a motion.
Okay, if there are none, please make your motion.
I move to approve the items of the consent agenda as submitted. There's no
Thank you.
separations.
Is there a second? Councilmember Purington. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Item E, there's a MOU between the City of Billings and Bright and Beautiful, and I noticed that their director, Ms. Joni Tooley, is here today. I was wondering if she'd like to say a few words at the podium.
My goodness,
Joni.
can't pass that up. I'll be very brief. I just want to say thank you so much to the City of Billings, to the City Council for supporting Bright and Beautiful, the Yellowstone County affiliate of Keep America Beautiful, and for you to mark your calendars for April 23rd, which is our Great American Cleanup Day in Billings, and for the period of April 22nd through May 8th, which will be the extended Great American Cleanup period in Yellowstone County. So I hope to see you all out there. Thank you for your support. It's great to see you all. Didn't expect to speak, but thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your efforts to keep our city clean. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Out of respect for the woman who commented, I see we have the chief of police here, and so I'm wondering, Chief, if we could get you to respond to the question of how SROs are trained. What does that training process look like, just so we have a little more background on that? Thanks.
Chief St. John.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Thank you for the question. There is a very rigorous selection process on the front end of that involving police department staff and school district 2 personnel. When our officers are selected, They are sent to specialized training, which is put on by the National Association of School Resource Officers. That is the blue ribbon training. And then once a year, we try to get one or two of them to refresher training. So to the commenter's question, yes, there is specific training. And to her complaint specifically, we are aware of it, as are the school district. We have opened a complaint and we are looking into it.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. And thanks, Joni, for coming tonight. Mine is also with regard to the MOU for Bright and Beautiful. In looking through this, it was a 3-year contract, if you will, or MOU. And so I had to go to Joni to give me the background as far as what their budget looks like. I did not realize that the city and the county are the only two that pay into this annual fee for this nonprofit. And so I had to do a little bit of digging. So I guess that's one thing, you know, as we as council keep asking for more information. So I think sometimes we need that kind of information to make a good decision, or at least a rational one. I don't know if it'd be good or not, but it'd be rational in someone's eyes. So anyway, I would just, you know, hope that we can do a little bit better on providing some information to council when we get things like that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Triki?
Yeah, so on item 1A1, the contract for city chip seal, could I ask Director Melling to remind us what the life cycle of our streets are looking like right now, and what the replacement maintenance schedule looks like?
Good evening. Well, we still have ways to go with our chip seal and overlay. Right now, chip seals are sitting about 25 years between chip seals on a certain street, and overlays are anywhere from 30 to 35 years. So the industry standard is around 7 on chip seals and 15 on overlays. So we're about half or a little more behind.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would just like to thank the member of Congress who voted for the ARPA funds for the state of Montana, and for this. The city has really benefited from these ARPA funds, and it's really good to see a member of Congress who supports the city by voting for those ARPA funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Seeing none, there are no separations. I do want to just acknowledge a point made by Councilmember Purington about whether we need to be approving the bills. We don't need to do that or need to resolve that issue, but if that's not necessary and we just review them, then we can come back to that question at some point in the future. But just to highlight that point, which I thought was a good one.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may say, I did talk with Andy just before the meeting, and he gave me some logical explanation for it. And he said, no, statutorily, we don't. I'm putting words in your mouth, Andy, that we don't need to, but yet it's probably good practice to have it on the consent agenda. Okay, that kind of was what he said.
Okay, so the recommendation is that we not change our existing practice. Is that correct, Finance Director Zeller?
Recommendation.
Okay. All right, so if anybody has any questions about the details of that, talk to Andy. Don't expect any major change on that front, however, unless something else happens. Okay, if the motion is clear, then all in favor of approval of the consent agenda as proposed, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
If opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes then item number 1 and brings us to item number 2. Denise, would you read item number 2?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution assessing the nuisance property abatement. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
move the mic back and forth. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll get really close. The next two items are very similar, and so the presentation is really just one. So the first one, the nuisance abatement, we actually don't have a slideshow on. The staff memo covers what it is for, but generally when properties receive either nuisance abatement or weed abatements, they receive a bill. If that bill goes unpaid, you'll see it twice a year because there are two first half and second half tax bills. And so this is for the second half tax bill for the city to assess the cost of the nuisance abatement or weed abatement to the property. So the slides actually pertain to the weed abatement, so I'll maybe save that for the next agenda item. But if there are no questions on nuisance abatement, I guess the staff are here for questions rather.
Are there any questions for Andy about item number 2, nuisance abatement process or specifics? Okay, is that your whole presentation on item number 2?
Yeah, you do have to have a public hearing, I guess.
Yes.
But yeah, that's it for nuisance abatement.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you very much. So this is a public hearing. We'll open up a public hearing. If there's anybody who would like to comment on item number 2, the nuisance property abatements, the specifics of which are in your packet and available to the public online. If anybody would like to comment, please come forward. Is there any public comment on item number 2? Anyone here in the community room or out in the lobby or online? If you're online, again, use the raise your hand feature so that we can see that you'd like to comment. No one is coming forward in the community room. Nobody is rushing from the lobby. Kevin, do we have anyone online?
Nope.
No, so we have no public comment during the public hearing item on item number 2. So we'll close the public hearing. And back to council. Council, discussion, motions, Councilmember Shaw.
Thanks. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution assessing the nuisance property abatements as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Tidswell. Makes the second. Discussion on the motion. Is there any, Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, see, there's only one item on that we're putting on the tax rolls, but we have probably had more than that actually cleared that were done. Why? Do you know how many were cleared as far as completed and off the nuisance rolls?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, so the abatements, the property abatements, I don't have that off the top of my head. This was unusual because part of it got cleaned up and then we had a remaining amount that had to be assessed. So in other situations, it was taken care of before it got to this point with the property owner. So this is sort of a partial city cleanup, partial property owner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For any further discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval. If there is no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. Seeing no further discussion, if in favor of the motion for approval, item number 2, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 3, Denise, would you read item number 3?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution assessing the weed abatement. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Back to Andy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As I said earlier, the weed abatement, there's more than there were on nuisance. The process is similar. Complaint comes in. If it's not resolved, the city takes care of it, sends the bill to the property owner. If it remains unpaid, we assess it on the property taxes twice per year. On this assessment, because we give you the list well in advance to meet the deadline for agenda packets, there are actually 18 on there, but we do provide property owners the opportunity to come and make that payment in full prior to the council meeting. So 2 have been paid since then, and so there's actually 16 that remain. And so we are asking that when you approve this resolution, you also authorize staff to remove from the list property owners who have paid in full. Additionally, there was one property owner who called and had some extenuating circumstances. Their lawn did, or their boulevard did get cut by the city, but because of those circumstances, staff's recommending that we remove the admin fees and only charge the removal cost of $90 to that property. Wyeth has some more info on that if desired. We've asked for that as well. Up here, the assessment formula, just to give you guys an idea of how that's arrived at and why there's so many at $177.50 is because the formula is $90 an hour plus $40 plus a 25% admin charge of the parks portion, $90, and then a $25 penalty. So the minimum assessment charge is $177.50, and that's why you see so many of those. And I think Wyeth and Tina have a few things or another slide to add with some more information.
Thanks, Andy. So yeah, I'm just going to walk through this and then I want to make an introduction here right after that. But so just really quickly to give you a quick rundown, our nuisance weed activity for 2020 and 2021. You can see our case numbers are very similar the last couple of years. Really the thing that affects this the most is obviously more moisture and such during the year, and we can see more weeds and more cases. Our compliance rate is also pretty similar, and that's been running in that area, the 85 to 90% for the last few years of people after they get noticed of taking care of the cutting before we end up sending it to parks to be cut. You can see our numbers on the actual Parks Department cutting a little bit down from this last year. And then we have as Andy said, we have the two different times of the year that we do the assessments. The fall is usually, you're going to see the higher number because that's most of the weed season that we've captured there. And then now this spring is just capturing that end of last year. So you're seeing those numbers a little bit lower. So things are, like I said, we're not seeing any, wild or different trends, but those numbers do fluctuate every year in that process. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on this piece if you have any.
Thank you, Wyeth. Can I get you just to clarify what Andy said about the homeowner that you are recommending only be charged for actual removal costs and none of those administrative fees? So I believe that there were 4 items, 3 of which were these administrative fees, and 1 is the actual $90 per hour removal fee. So is it correct you're asking only for the first item on that list, but not the remaining 3 to be assessed against that person?
That is, Mayor, that's correct. Yeah, we wanted to make sure we were capturing the mowing. The actual cost to do the mowing is what is being captured on that property.
Okay, correct. And only that item. Council, so questions now for Wyeth or Andy, and don't forget our introduction. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, this ties to what you're asking because I was going to ask you about that as well. So, Andy, do you have a actually stated written policy that you follow to waive these fees? So it's not a one-off. It's actually if there's an issue there, that you actually follow a policy.
So actually I can answer that because unfortunately the way it's written, it's the planning director who takes the calls from property owners that are disputing their bills, and I get to decide what we do in those situations.
So it is written in
so
our...
yeah, that's the way it's set up right now. So and to be clear, I mean, luckily that's it doesn't happen too often. Mostly people get it figured out or we work with them. So once in a while we have situations that we have to sort out with property owners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ripsis?
Thanks, Wyeth. And I honestly, I can't expect you really to do anything about this, but because I have a number of people that have brought up to me, some of these issues here with the weeds are not your typical boulevard. They're like 20 feet of city right away between like Central Avenue and there are some properties like that around the city. And I know just people are really frustrated because the city used to mow those. And now they don't, and now people are responsible for dragging the mower out, to the end of their road and back around and down a sidewalk and trying to deal with all these kind of weeds that really aren't even in their yard, nor do they have any right to actually do anything with. Again, I don't know what I can expect you to do about it, but I know a lot of people are frustrated about that, so wanted to give you the opportunity to address that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Rupsis, Mayor and Council. So yeah, I can just give you a little background. I guess first there is in the city code, it does require property owners to take care of their portion of the right of way to the center of the road or the right of way. So that can be an alley, that can be a street, et cetera. So that is in the code. We did, just a couple of years ago, we worked really closely with both parks and also Public Works on these situations. We have mow maps that identify areas where, who's doing what and who's supposed to mow. And we actually worked really closely with Public Works and the Public Works Director and Deputy Public Works Director about a year and a half ago to identify kind of clearly which areas are the where, you're right, the city had mowed some areas that were supposed to be the responsibility of the property owner, and there's different spots all over town. So what we did was we went through, they went through that and evaluated that, and then actually sent out about 800 letters last spring, early or summer, and identified, said to those property owners, here's the situation, this is what's happening from now forward, you're responsible. We worked through that with some of the property owners, to your point, this last year, some that were, they got noticed, but it was still frustrating. And there are situations where, it's not super easy for them to get to those pieces of right of way to take care of. And that's a challenge that a lot of them just have to tackle. But anyway, we did go through that, and we're working through that right now. We continue to evaluate and check areas where we get questions and look at those maps and make sure that we know what's going on.
Yeah, it's frustrating as well as it's dangerous. Central Avenue is a 45-mile-an-hour speed zone. And I know people don't even really feel safe out there doing that in that, 6 feet closest to the road. 20 feet away from the road, it's not as big of a deal, but you get up there and you've got cars going by at 50 miles an hour. It doesn't really give you much feeling of safety trying to take care of those weeds.
Thank you very much. Further questions for Andy or Wyeth? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. And Wyeth kind of had the same issue, and I guess I addressed it with Deb Mealing this past summer, that along Rimrock Road, there's certain areas where it really drops down. In that, 42nd, 48th Street, and it really drops down. And so the city will go through and they will mow, 3 or 4 feet, but then it's the place that drops down. And the homeowner is expected to take care of that. Well, I happen to know some people that live in that area, and they're seniors. So that means, are they going to have to go through and hire someone professionally to go through and mow that so that they don't, have the city mowing it for them? So there are areas, and we talked about it, I don't know, I'd have to go back and look at the email, that I just think there's certain areas in Billings that when you get into that right-of-way, for the expectation of the citizen to take care of it, sometimes that's a little bit much, whether it's, difficult, dangerous because of the speed of the street or whatever. So I don't know if there's any solution to that, but just saying.
Thank you very much. I'll just comment on that. Maybe the city should enter into a contract with a third party who we could offer their services. We wouldn't necessarily pay for it because it's still the homeowner's responsibility. But if that issue came up, we'd say call Sam's mowing service, who we have a deal with, and that way they would at least know it'd be simple, and we would know the provider is a qualified provider. Just a thought. Chris, you want to comment on that?
The two pieces. One, we have discussed that as a staff, and like most other people in town and in Montana, real challenge over the last few years finding any contractors even interested in touching something like that. So then secondly, the root cause. As you look at the next 50,000 people who move to Billings, think really hard about approving subdivision layouts where people's backyards front rights of way and they have privacy fences that run the whole length, because it's very impractical for that. So it's a design issue. I would argue it's a design issue very much. We can't move houses, flip them around that have been built, but going forward, I would encourage you, when you look at a subdivision, think about what problems we're creating or eyes on the street to the positive for safety as well as maintenance. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We still need to have a public hearing on this item. Wyeth, Councilmember Neese, another question?
Yeah, I'd like to get the introduction because I know the officer there was our Heights Task Force representative, and she told us she was moving on, so.
That's what we're going to do before the public hearing. Absolutely. Wyeth.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks, Mayor and Council. And yeah, really excited to introduce to you Tina Hoger, who's our new code enforcement manager. Just started with us here in January and has been extremely busy. We're making a lot of progress getting things in place and set up regarding the implementation of both the resources with the public safety levy, but then also just some organizational and process areas regarding code enforcement. So I'll let her introduce herself, tell you just really quickly her background and such briefly, but wanted to get a chance to have you get a face with the name. Some of you obviously already know her and know that, yeah, we're really moving forward and got a lot of so exciting things that will be coming back as we move into this next year. So,
thank you. Tina.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Tina Hoger, and I actually have worked for the city for 28 years. I retired in December as a sergeant for the police department and took about 4 weeks off, and here I am, I'm back. So really enjoyed being the officer for Heights Task Force. Those folks always ask great questions, and I enjoyed that interaction. Very excited about my new position. I hit the ground running in January. I don't think I've even been here more than 2 months yet, so we're moving forward on some structure within the department and been handling issues as they arise and learning on the go. So Wyeth has been kind enough to sort of guide me through that, but I'm sure he's going to cut me loose here soon. So it's just a pleasure to meet all of you, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. And if you have any questions or need anything from me, I'm just an email or phone call away.
Thank you very much. Welcome again. Okay, we'll open up for public comment on item number 3, the weed abatements. If anybody would like to comment on item number 3, please come to the podium right now. Tell us your name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, please. Is there anybody who would like to be heard on item number 3, either here in the community room or out in the lobby or online? If you're online, use the raise your hand feature so that we know you'd like to comment. Is there any public comment on item number 3? Nobody is moving toward the podium in the library. So Kevin, is there anybody online who would like to comment? Seeing no comment, we will close the public hearing on item number 3. Back to council. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution assessing the weed abatements as recommended by staff, along with the additions and subtractions outlined in their presentation.
Thank you very much. And just to be specific, that it would be the removal of anybody who has paid before today's meeting. We know there's at least 2 of those. And on the one item or the one homeowner that she only be assessed for actual removal or weed cutting costs at $90 and all of the administrative fees be waived, I believe. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Is there a second? Councilmember Purington. Thank you very much. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? I just want to, again, maybe suggest that staff look into this idea of having a third party that we could recommend to property owners that we're used to dealing with, because it is practically impossible to come out and have somebody, do a $50 job or maybe even a $100 job, where if they knew that they had a regular source of business, it might be easier to get somebody to actually do that work. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote on item number 3. The motion is for approval with those added clarifications. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say, and if opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to item number 4. Denise, would you read item number 4?
She's muted.
Denise is muted. She's muted.
Denise, you're muted.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry. Sorry, guys, I was almost done reading too. All right, so it's a public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1005, a zone change for an 8.02 acre parcel located at 934 Lewis Avenue. Billings Elk Lodge, BPOE 394 is the owner. Goodridge Real Estate and Thrive Corporation are the agents. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you, Denise. Our presenter this evening is our zoning coordinator, Nicole Cromwell. Nicole.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Is this on?
It is, but speak fairly loudly and straight into it.
I don't have a problem doing that. Okay, this is zone change 1005. Hopefully we'll get the technical difficulties taken care of. This is for property located at 934 Lewis. It's currently zoned corridor mixed use 1, the entire parcel. The proposed zoning takes most of that corridor mixed use 1 and reduces it and puts it just around the tennis center that exists on the property. And the mixed residential 1 is proposed for the front. Thank you, Kevin. And then the mixed residential 3 is for the south and west portions of the property. So what does the current zoning allow? The current zoning allows several types of commercial uses as well as mixed use. And when we talk about mixed use, we're talking about mixed use buildings. So it has a commercial or office or service-based business on the ground floor, and then residential uses on the second story or behind those front uses. So those can include schools, daycare centers, retail, restaurants, offices, indoor and outdoor recreation. I've highlighted that because that's the reasoning for keeping the corridor mixed use 1 zoning around the tennis center so it can remain conforming to the zoning. So dwellings have to be in a mixed use building. They cannot just be apartments. There are some special review uses that are allowed, but would not be likely at this location, such as a bar or casino or car wash. It allows building heights up to 4 stories, except where that structure is within 50 feet of a neighborhood zone, and then some step backs or reduced heights of the building are required. So,
And Nicole, while you're moving on to your next slide, I just want to acknowledge we are getting some feedback from the speaker in the lobby, and we don't want to cut those people off in the lobby, but if we do end up closing the door, if that bothers anybody and we close the door, please don't feel excluded if you're in the lobby.
We're just a second or two off, so I think we can shut the door and they can come in.
Okay, so again, if you're in the lobby, we're not trying to close you out by closing the door. We're just trying to keep the sound from reverberating twice in here. So,
okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I just wanted to give you a visual of what are the types of uses and types of buildings that are allowed in corridor mixed use 1. So a lot of these are very close, oriented very close to the streets. They have shop fronts, they have residential or office uses above. The lower 2 there's Billings Hardware is in a corridor mixed use 1 zone, that's on Broadwater. Starbucks Coffee is in a corridor mixed use 1 zone, that's on Grand. But some of these other buildings are from other places, just to give you a flavor of what that zone district is looking for and how it can be built. So the proposed zoning of mixed residential doesn't allow commercial uses. It allows residential uses and different types of residential uses between the NX1 and the NX3. So the NX1 is 1 to 4 family. So you can do a single family in an NX1 or 2 or 3 units. 5 5 or more dwelling units are required in an NX3 zone. You can rent or own or occupy any of these dwelling units. Our zoning code does not require tenancy of any type of structure in these zone districts. As I said, no commercial uses. There are some special review uses in neighborhood zones, like daycare centers or assisted living facilities for more than 8 residents, churches, and schools. So the maximum height in an NX1 district is 2.5 stories or 27 feet, whichever is less. And the maximum height in an NX3 is 4 stories. There is no numerical limit to that. So it can have a roof structure, a pitched roof or a flat roof. The 3-story requirements is for the side-by-side or townhome style development. So you can't do a 4-story townhome, but you could do a 3-story townhome. And what do those look like? These examples are all from Billings, with one exception. On the right-hand lower picture is from another apartment project that was done by the applicant, in this case, Thrive Corporation. That's from Bozeman. So that's a 3-story apartment building. The one on the right in the middle is the West Park Plaza condominiums behind the West Park Plaza. The one at the top is Pleasant View Apartments at 8th Avenue and Avenue D. The examples of NX1 are all from Billings. The top photo was taken from, I believe that's, I want to say Avenue C and 4th Street West. The middle photo is from Josephine Crossing. That's an example of side-by-side units in an NX1. And the lower photo is from 8th Avenue and Avenue D, and that's also side-by-side units. So those are examples of the forms and types of buildings you can expect to see in those 2 different NX zones. On the upper left is the current zoning. So that's all one color. It's corridor mixed use 1. The surrounding zoning consists of both neighborhood 2 or N2 on the north side of Lewis Avenue, the neighborhood 1 or first neighborhood to the east across 9th Street West. We have the Public 3 Civic Campus for the Yellowstone, the Young Women's Christian Association property south of Yellowstone. We have mixed residential 2 for the Midway townhomes and some other apartments on Wyoming. Then we have NX3 for the Stonegate apartments on the west, lower west corner. Neighborhood mixed use for a multi-tenant building on 10th Street West. Neighborhood office on the corner of 10th and Lewis, and that's a new structure, went up in the last couple of years. And then a little bit of NX2 on Lewis Avenue. The proposed zoning is on the lower right, so you can see that they're proposing a mixed residential 1 zone along the frontage of Lewis Avenue, and then the NX3 on the west and the south part of it, and then keeping the corridor mixed use 1 zone around the existing tennis center. Okay. Just a moment. Did you take the, oh, it's right here. It should go.
Did it just go?
Okay, again, this is a wider view of the existing zoning map for the area. So you can see the mixture of types of zones that are around there. We also have corridor mixed use 1 down on Broadwater Avenue and also up on Grand Avenue. Just have to push it a little harder. The zoning commission is recommending approval to you based on their proposed findings of the 10 criteria for zone changes. They believe that it meets the growth policy and the Central Terry neighborhood plan, that it is compatible with the adjacent uses, and the proposed zoning plan respects the neighborhood fabric there. Retaining the corridor mixed use 1 zoning around the tennis center will keep it in conforming with the zoning. The developer will be financially responsible for all site improvements and adjacent right-of-way improvements required to accommodate the actual development. The actual development plan has not yet been devised, it's not been proposed, there's no concept plan to review at this time. So, installation and repair of sidewalks, curbs, gutters, water, sewers, stormwater, and completion of right-of-way improvements will be based on the actual development plan. And more than likely, a traffic impact study will be required, a stormwater management plan will be required, and all the other development reviews and plans necessary for any development in the city of Billings will be required for this development. At a minimum, a master site plan will be required if the zoning is approved. It could also go through a subdivision to divide the parcels based on the proposed zoning, but that is not the intent at this time. The traffic impact study will be based on those actual development plans, where those driveways and access points are, where the parking is to be located, how many units will be in those buildings. So that's when the traffic impact study comes into play. And the city engineer will require mitigation and management of all new traffic from this site. Here's an aerial of the property so you can see the street system around the existing site. Yellowstone Avenue was constructed at some time in the past, but it is significantly deteriorated. The asphalt is pretty much gone in many places. 9th Street West is fully constructed. 10th Street West has fully constructed the west half of 10th Street West, but the east half adjacent to this property is not yet fully developed. And at a minimum, the city will require curb, gutter, and sidewalk, especially to manage stormwater in this area. Lewis Avenue has full street improvements and sidewalk, but those will be evaluated to see whether or not they need to be replaced or upgraded when the actual development plan comes in for review. 10th Street West, south of Yellowstone, has been vacated. It is no longer a public right-of-way south of Yellowstone. So that will not go through to Wyoming. Yellowstone Avenue, just to the west of this property, is also abandoned. So it does not connect across 11th Street West. So this parcel has 4 streets surrounding it, but only 2 accesses to the network of the city streets, and that's Lewis Avenue and 9th Street West. So here's a little information about the existing traffic volumes on the surrounding streets. So collector streets are Lewis Avenue and 8th Street West, and those are shown in purple on the map here. The average daily vehicle trips on Lewis Avenue are about 5,000 per day right now. 8th Street West is a little bit more, it's about 6,500. Now these numbers are based on 3-year rolling averages. And that's the standard way that traffic counts are reported in the city and across the country. So there may be more in one year, but it doesn't skew that number significantly higher. Broadwater Avenue and Grand Avenue are the two arterial streets in the vicinity, and those have much higher vehicle volumes, 24,000 vehicle trips per day on Grand and 21,000 vehicle trips per day on Broadwater. Those are arterial streets, and they're intended to carry that much traffic. They have multiple lanes, turning lanes, stop controls, traffic signals. A collector street feeds into the arterial street system and can carry more than a local street. Every other street on this map is a local street. So, based on trip generation numbers, the Elks Lodge currently could generate 181 average vehicle trips per day, but up to 730 vehicle trips during an event, a wedding, a family reunion, some other local event that can happen at the Elks Lodge. The tennis center, and these are just based on numbers for uses and trip generation, not on actual numbers. 160 maximum generated on a day at the tennis center, and up to over 1,200 for a large event at the center that happens, or could happen on occasion. This is the subject property from Lewis Avenue looking south. And looking east along Lewis Avenue, 9th Street West is in the middle distance there. So Lewis Avenue drops elevation. Subject property on the right. Across the street, on the north side of Lewis Avenue, you have this N2 zoning, but you also have a 6-unit apartment building right across the street. So legally non-conforming to the zoning, but could be rebuilt under our current zoning rules. All right. Looking more west across Lewis Avenue. Okay. West along Lewis, so 10th Street West there is in the middle of the screen on the left, and the new accountant's office there, you can see right at the corner. Okay. Now I'm going too fast. Okay, so these are street side views from Google Street View. And this is the southeast corner of it's the northwest corner of 9th Street West in Yellowstone. So the tennis center is a large building. The Elks Lodge building is to the left of the tennis center. This is if you're in the middle of Yellowstone Avenue in the 900 block, just looking straight north. There is an access to the back of the Elks Lodge building from Yellowstone. This is if you turn around and look south and east on Yellowstone Avenue, you see the YWCA campus property. And you can see kind of the condition of the edge of the pavement there. It's not too good. Then if you look west on Yellowstone Avenue at 10th Street West, these are the Midway townhomes. And as you can see, the sign posting dead end. There is no through street here to 11th or behind the Shrine Auditorium. All right, so if you're looking north along 10th Street West, subject properties on the right, the Stonegate Apartments are on the left of the screen, and as you can see, there's kind of some boulevard parking that's going on here already on 10th Street West. You can see the fire hydrant and the fiber optic green box there. So all of this property is being used kind of casually for parking at the moment. If you're at the top of 10th Street West, this is the back of the accounts building, the neighborhood mix building on the left in the upper photo. Then back to 9th and Lewis, you can see the tennis center, and 9th Street West slopes down to Broadwater. 9th Street West, looking north, up to the intersection with Lewis Avenue. You might need batteries for this thing.
40, okay.
Okay. As part of the zone change action tonight, the City Council needs to consider the proposed findings from the Zoning Commission on the 10 criteria for all zone changes. Still not working. Again, the Zoning Commission is recommending approval to you based on these findings of the 10 review criteria. And again, the existing zoning map in the upper left, the proposed zoning map in the lower right, go ahead, and an aerial of the subject property. As I said, all development standards of the City of Billings that are imposed for any development will apply to this property. There has been some information that is brought forward to the City Council about the lack of city public right-of-way on 10th Street West. But donations or giving of right-of-way is not part of a zone change application. And I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I think we're going to, the developer may have a presentation or brief comments.
They do.
Okay, while we're, and they can feel free to come to the podium, we're going to just address a technological challenge. As you were going through, people online were not able to see all of your slides advance. And so we're going to change out to a different computer and make sure that anybody watching online can see those slides. So we'll pause briefly while our tech gurus do their magic. We hope.
I don't know why it's not working. Or why these batteries are dead. Or actually, they took out the.
And we'll hold off on questions for Nicole until the developer's representative has had a chance to comment on the chance that his presentation answers your questions. And Kevin or Chris, I don't know if you can give us any sort of status report on the technology issue.
I'm checking to see if it's visible on the other side.
Okay.
Yep, I think we're going. We're good.
Okay, if that problem resurfaces, just wave your hand, let us know, give us your suggestion. But looks like we're all good. So back to the developer's representative. If you want to introduce yourself and just ask that you keep your comments to less than 3 hours or something like that. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Cole, City Council members, welcome new members. Good to see some of you here for the first time for my turn to be in front of you. My name is Jeff Canning. I'm one of the principals with Collaborative Design Architects here in Billings. Also with me here tonight is Jeff Lee, who's representing Thrive corporation from the Salt Lake City area as well. Jeff and their business partner, Steve Broadband, approached our firm several months ago about the potential to develop this project, and we were very excited about it. In our 40-year history around here in Billings, we just had our 40-year anniversary last December. I've got a really neat little logo vest now, too, for that. We've had the opportunity to do a number of apartments like this. Nicole highlighted one of them with our Avenue C project behind West Park Plaza. And currently, right now, we have 4 other housing projects on the boards at some level of development. All of those are tax credit projects, trying to meet that market sector. But this is a market rate project that is being proposed by Thrive Development. And so we began with them with the process to go through the zoning variance. As Nicole has highlighted, Project Recode's been in effect for a year now. I believe it was February last year. Prior to that, this project was zoned, as she mentioned, both community, commercial, and residential. So in some sense, we're trying to get it back to what it was just 1 year ago. We had a neighborhood meeting last December. We had about 25 people that came out for a meeting. Half those people were tennis players. They were concerned about their tennis courts and what's going to happen with that. As you can see by our proposed zoning, we are trying to leave a section of it as CMU1, which is the appropriate and conforming use to keep that tennis center in place where it is. Apparently, it has one of the best floors in the state on an inside court. So, from there, we went to the zoning commission meeting, made this presentation. We did have a number of people comment on our project, went through. The zoning commission did find in favor of all 10 criteria for this zone change, and they did pass it unanimously. With their full support, we moved forward. Some of the comments that we had that evening were directly involved with more development issues. Again, which Nicole, she must have been reading through my cheat sheet. It's pretty much right down the line. Some of those issues we'll have to deal with later. Section 23400 of the city ordinance calls for development standards for water, sewer, stormwater, streets. Any development that comes in here will have to go through and meet the criteria laid out in that section. Section 61208 is a section on traffic studies, and yeah, with this type of property and the scale of the apartments that we're proposing, it will more than likely trigger a traffic impact study. And that study is the one that says, okay, again, with your specific proposal that will come later, here's the traffic generated onto which streets. And for this development to move forward, it will have to comply with all the requirements. So 10th Street is kind of a big issue. If per the traffic study, 10th Street is required to have this development improve their half of it, yeah, it will be put in as part of this development because we will have to conform to whatever comes out of the traffic study for any other kind of traffic mitigation. So any other effects on other intersections and stuff per that traffic study, yeah, will have to be met by this development and done before we can move forward. So the reason for this zone change again for the tennis center, we're still working on the actual outcome of that center. It's intended to come up with a public or private partnership, or even a private to private partnership to keep that tennis center active and going. Not only as an amenity for apartments and for the tennis there, but also as well as a community. We have a pretty active tennis community in this town. A lot of people find it great recreation. The building is somewhat limiting, if any of you have been in it. It is strictly 4 tennis courts. There's about this much room to walk around inside. There's no public viewing. You know, there's never any kind of public events or tennis tournaments in there because there's frankly no room to have anybody even watch anything. So 4 courts, all doubles. Yeah, you can get 16 people in there in that big building. So no viewing area in there. So we saw this opportunity for the zone change as a good thing. To provide housing near downtown in our medical corridor. The 2016 growth policy, you know, one of the big drivers out of that was about infill and doing infill housing projects, and we think this is an excellent example of that. And with this type of development going to NX1 and NX3, we believe it provides more predictable growth in terms of, yeah, this is kind of a down zone. It's actually getting more restrictive this way because it only allows very specific types of residential development and no commercial development on the property. And again, with the NX1 against Lewis, as Nicole had described, it's smaller scale that goes up to a 3 or 4-plex, maximum 2 stories to try to match the scale of the street. The NX3 zoning towards the south and west does allow for taller buildings, up to 4-story buildings. And again, that's adjacent to the west. Other NX3 zoning that exists and to a couple of commercial properties on that side. And then to the south again is public property, it's the YW's property. And there's a couple of multi-story buildings on their property now, and I believe there's a proposal to do another multi-story building there now. So a very compatible use to us to the south. So we believe that this way we're fitting into the character of the area, representing, respecting the Lewis Avenue corridor and the scale of that, but then being able to match other zoning on other sides. We could have done this project with the CMU1 zoning, as again Nicole mentioned. It would require the ground level of these buildings to have some other kind of commercial, retail, or office use on that. And we don't believe that was appropriate for this area as well. I mean, in this corridor, mixed use now, you can have daycare, restaurants with drive-throughs, craft alcohol, establishment, banks, retail, hotels, offices, liquor sales, car repairs, gas stations, hospital clinics, animal shelters. All those things are allowed in the CMU1 zoning. So we believe this is an opportunity to, again, get more predictable growth here, just limited to neighborhood residential type developments. So we've been impressed with these guys from Thrive Development, how they've approached this on a very thoughtful process. They've met with the city representatives many times already. They've assured us they want to do an awesome project here, which we like to hear about. And so we believe this is a great opportunity to provide this housing. With the project recode, I mean, that's something you guys can lean on in terms of this development to go through. It will have to conform to that. And it addresses building location, placement to the street, setbacks. It deals with light and air and landscaping and parking requirements. And so even with the zone change, you can rest assured that Project Recode will assure proper development of this property into apartments and this type of residential use. And again, as you guys have worked many times with your staff, we're always very appreciative of working with planning. We've trusted them on their work and stuff today, probably ask you to do the same again. And that's why they're recommending to you and the zoning commission that you do approve this. And so we ask the same thing. We ask for your support and vote yes on this change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, we'll open up for public or for questions to Nicole on her presentation, or if people have questions for Jeff or any other developer representative. Questions? Are there any questions before? And we will have then a joint public hearing on or not joint, I'm sorry, just the public hearing after our questions. Questions for staff, Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Nicole, I have two questions, and they're just ones that concern me with a zone change of this matter, is the traffic, and I know that can't be addressed on this level. However, with Yellowstone, just south of the Elks, if this is approved, then the developer has to finish Yellowstone. Did I understand that correctly?
The developer will prepare a master site plan, a concept design plan that the city staff, including engineering, will look at and say, yes, we need you to prepare a traffic impact study, and we will need to review that and approve whatever mitigation or required improvements that are come out of that study. It may be that just curb, gutter, and sidewalk is required on their side of Yellowstone, but it's not likely.
No.
Public Works Director Milling is here, and I'm sure she can answer more directly some of these questions, but we also look at that concept plan for where are the driveways, how are they located, how are the buildings arranged on the property, how much parking will there be, where is the landscaping, where's the stormwater control. We do a very thorough review of any master site plan of this scale to ensure that it meets all of the city standards.
So follow up. So, 2 questions. We won't ever see that site plan. Council will not see that. We'll see a development agreement?
No. It's an administrative way to look at a property that is not being subdivided, but has more than 2 structures sharing private facilities, like a driveway, like water lines, like parking lots. All of those put it into and trigger this master site plan review.
So the other question is, given Broadwater, given that 10th is not in the plan to be constructed through to Broadwater, then you have, people leaving. They're going to go either south on 9th, they're Broadwater, or they're going to go down 8th. 8th and Lewis is horrible. That traffic study may reflect that, but that won't have anything to do with their development. That's something that the city's going to have to mitigate.
It could have something to do with 8th and Lewis, that intersection, because it's a nearby intersection. The study may recommend that they pay into a future improvement that the city will do at that intersection. Or it's not likely that that report would require them to do those improvements on their own, but it does look at all of those surrounding intersections and can assess a proportionate amount for this developer to pay into the city to make those improvements.
Thank you.
Councilmember Purinton, would you like Debbie Melling, our Public Works Director, to comment on any of that?
Not really, because I think she just said kind of what. Yeah. And I have other questions, but I'll.
All right. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, this question is regarding the property itself, and I think the uses that were mentioned were things like crafts. For CMU1 was for like crafts, beer, I don't know what else they said. The whole list of different things that appeared to be, I understand, maybe negative as far as what was allowed on that. I didn't quite. Some of that stuff sounded fine, but prior to Recode. This property had N2 property along the north.
No, it had residential 7,000.
Okay, sorry. Right. And R7,000 to the north and R7,000 to the east. Is that correct?
A little strip along 9th Street West.
Okay, so.
But the bulk of the property was zoned community commercial.
Right.
Which allowed very similar uses to the CMU one.
Okay, but as residential, it actually abutted up to the other R7,000, which is now N2.
There's some N2, and then there's also N1.
N1, okay,
on the east
N1,
side
N2.
of 9th Street West.
That was all residential, and so none of these things that were listed that were given by the architect or developer, I'm sorry, not sure what your position is, but none of those things would have been allowed along the east side of the property. Is that correct? If it remained R7,000 converted to like N1, N2?
Right, under the old code, which was all use-based, that would be true. There are some things in the old code for residential zones that could have been allowed by special review. Parking lots, for example. That's why you don't see the tennis center right up against 9th Street West, although it's huge and very visible from 9th Street West. It was built on the community commercial portion of the property.
Okay. So when the recode was changing the residential to community commercial, CMU1, were like any other zone change that was done today, where we're notifying the residents about what's changing, were they notified that that property was going to be changing? Were they a direct mail like they are today in zone changes? The notification that this property is changing from a residential zone change to a CMU1 zone change?
No, because that was a complete update of all the regulations and the zoning map at the same time. The zoning map was published in May of 2019 and was online for people, property owners, neighbors, people to look at and say, Oops, I don't think you got this zoning for this property correct. And so during that public participation process for recode, owners, including the Elks Lodge, said, we would prefer to have one zoning on this property instead of two.
So the Elks Lodge approached you, said they prefer to have one zoning, and they got their zone changed because they asked
And you approved it.
in your department, and we approved it with my objection, without the residents being notified that zone was changing, other than through the standard recode notifications, not a special notification with the request of the property owner to change their zone from the residential to CMU 1.
Right. And
Thank you.
this was explained by the city attorney back when we were doing recode in the fall of 2020.
Thank you. Further questions for Nicole? Councilmember Owen?
I too have a couple of questions, but I just want to start with going back to Councilmember Purington's questions about traffic. What is the actual area that will be covered by the traffic impact study?
The scope is determined between the city engineering division and the developers, consultants. So their engineers and our engineers determine what the scope is. There are some minimum requirements, but it's a very technical area, and so I'm not really sure. It would definitely include all of the surrounding intersections, probably out to the arterial street of Broadwater at a minimum.
Can I follow up, Mayor?
Please.
So I'm wondering, Nicole, if you can understand the frustration maybe of some residents and neighbors who are expressing concerns in email at hearings about traffic impact, and they're being told, well, trust me, we'll take care of it in traffic impact study, but they can't even know at this time what that study will cover. I mean, that seems to be a frustrating sort of circular process.
It can be. I mean, the one thing you can be assured of is if the property is redeveloped either under this zoning or the proposed zoning, there will be more traffic.
Logical.
That's a no. How much that is, what is the type of traffic that is generated, and how this developer will mitigate those impacts are all part of the very detailed project of a traffic impact analysis.
Yeah, I'll come back with other questions.
Okay. Councilmember Boyette.
Growing up across the street watching them build the Elks, we were all happy that it was built, but we were saddened when 10th Street didn't go through all the way to Broadwater, obviously. And we were saddened that Yellowstone wasn't finished. You're telling me now that there's no guarantee that 10th will be finished totally or Yellowstone will be finished totally, is that correct?
Until the specific concept plan is devised and the traffic impact study completed, we can't tell you that for sure. I believe Public Works Director Melling will tell you that at a minimum on 10th Street West, curb, gutter, and sidewalk will be required because there is no curb, gutter, or sidewalk on that side of the property yet. And so in order to control stormwater and traffic to and from the site, you have to have those minimum right-of-way improvements. If she's here, she can elaborate on that if she'd like.
But I'm just thinking after 60,
Okay, Councilmember Boyette, go ahead if you want to follow
after
up.
60 years, this would be the time and place and opportunity to finish 10th all the way to Yellowstone and finish Yellowstone. If this doesn't generate it to that volume, what would make it work?
The missing street.
Well, I'm going to ask Debbie to address that. I also have some pictures, if you'd like me to share them with you, of completed streets in the city that are not on public right-of-way.
Okay, sorry, I stayed back as long as I could, but. So there's a lot of things that could happen that would make 10th or Yellowstone have to be constructed. The way
So Debbie, again, if you can look, maybe even turn that podium so it is facing your audience better, and then you'll talk right into it. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. The way the city code reads is that if the development necessitates the construction of any of the right-of-way improvements, then they're required. So when we look at this, if they have any accesses off Yellowstone or 10th, if they, again, storm drainage, any of the circulation, any of those things will require construction. So it's vague, but the way that we review these is, of course, to minimize impacts.
Yeah, Councilor Boyette.
One last question that
Sure.
was brought up, a missing street program, would Yellowstone be able to be part of that? I mean, we need to finish Yellowstone at some point, whether the developer does it or the city does it. How do we make sure we get all of 10th done and all of Yellowstone done? How do we, the council, ensure that this is done?
So both of those streets are local streets. If we want to construct them, they need to be for SIDs. So SIDs, of course, require the adjacent property owners to approve it.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Councilmember Purington?
I have a couple of more questions, so if anyone else, just jump in. So, Nicole, I'm looking at the proposed zoning, the NX1 zone in blue, the CMU zone, and the NX3 zone. And as I look at the CMU zone, being fairly familiar with that property, it basically is cutting off that one entryway on the west side of the tennis center. And so what I'm seeing now is, I suppose, where's the parking going to be for the CMU? It's not going to be on the street on 9th, I can tell, because that's a hill right there. So I don't know where that's going. So that's one question. And the other question with CMU is that, say, okay, right now Thrive is building this, you're the owner. So in 5 years, as you commented, Jeff, you only have 16 people that could be in that huge building at any given time. And who's going to own it? If Thrive owns it or not. And as business people, you're going to see this is a ton of money that we're pouring into this tennis center. So the point that I'm trying to make is, within 5 years, after you've done the apartments and everything else in the other two zones, you're going, okay, we're not going to keep this tennis center. So you're either going to sell it or you're going to develop something else in the CMU 1 zoning. So that would not come back to council, and I think that's maybe a concern for some of the neighbors, is what else could go in there following, say, a few years, and the property owners are going, we're not keeping this, it's not paying us anything.
Okay, so Nicole, there are two questions there. Parking location for the CMU zone, and then what happens with the tennis center down the line? Go ahead and take a stab at both those if you want, and then we'll turn it over to Jeff Canning.
Okay. I'll talk about parking. As part of that master site plan, parking has to accommodate all uses on the property, and it is one parcel. It is not separate parcels, even though there are different zone districts on that single parcel. So whatever the tennis center requires for off-street parking will be accommodated on that site. And that will be probably essentially part of the traffic impact study. It may also be part of that master site plan to evaluate the use of that property to continue as is, to redevelop it interior, to redevelop the entire structure. But that is, I don't have an insight into that. Maybe Mr. Canning does. I know that their intent is to keep the structure. It's fairly new. It's well built. So tearing down a perfectly good building is probably not in their plans, but I'll let him answer.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. No, the intent is to keep the tennis center right now, as I mentioned, hopefully to not only provide an amenity for the tenants and apartments, but to keep it as a community use as well. And as Nicole mentioned, this is just one parcel. And so even though there's 3 different zoning districts on it, it is legally one piece of ground. And so for us, if sometime in the future somebody wanted to sell this CMU1 district, we'd have to go through at least, a minimum, a minor subdivision plat process in order to create new lots in order to subdivide that out, of which then that would come back through the city, because right now we can't sell just as zoning. It is not a legally described separate piece of property. It's just it's 7 acres.
Casino in there.
Okay, Councilmember Ripsis and back to Councilmember Owen.
All right, thanks. Nicole, this is for you. I'm going to continue riding my coattails of a newbie here on council and ask kind of a general background kind of question for you. I'm looking at the 10 criteria that we're supposed to use to evaluate whether or not this is a big zoning change or not. And I tracked back into city code where those 10 are described, and that's great. And then I tracked it back to the state code, and what I saw was in the state code 1 through 9 are in there, but 10 is not. 10 is something we added, and I'm just curious. 10 says, is this the most appropriate use of this land? And I'm wondering how we came up with that question. Does staff really feel that this particular zoning plan is the most appropriate for this? What others were considered? And why, if we were going to add a 10th, didn't we do something like, does the neighborhood generally support this type of development? I wonder if you just kind of address those.
Okay, off the top of my head, because I haven't read the state law in quite a while, there are 10 criteria in there. They're listed as 9 items, and we took one of those apart and made 2 criteria out of 1 that's listed in the state law. So it does have a criteria in the state law that says, basically, is this the most appropriate use of land throughout the city of Billings or throughout the district that this is located in? There's a similar one for county zoning, but they have 11 criteria, and theirs is this the most compatible zoning with urban growth in the area? So the county zoning criteria includes an urban compatibility component to it. So that's why we ended up with 10 instead of the 9 that you say are in the statute. But we were careful not to add criteria that were not in the state law, because the state law gives us the authority to do zoning, and criteria for making zoning decisions are the legal basis for your determination and decision. You can consider other things like all of the comments for people providing public testimony. You can consider the comments of the applicant and the agent, but the basis for your decision are those 10 criteria. And if I find otherwise in the state law, then we will go and we will modify our 10 criteria to ensure that we're staying true to the state law.
The state law doesn't prevent us from having extra criteria, though.
It is, I'm looking at the city attorney right now, and I would say you don't want to venture from what is established within the state statute for making determinations on zone changes.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Owen.
I was hoping to visit with Mr. Canning about my next question. So I had raised this question by email, and I didn't super love my response out of planning, so I'm hopeful we can make a little more progress. There is, as you know, a domestic violence shelter on the backside of this property. And I think there are at least some worries that large, tall apartment buildings looking down into the entrance of an emergency shelter might create a perception that it's not safe. I don't know if this is an easily solvable problem, but I suspect it might be through landscaping, setbacks, even building orientation. And we end up in council in sort of this weird loop where we can't talk about the use, we can only talk about the zone change, but we don't ever actually get to talk about the use because the master site plan doesn't come back to us. So I'm just wondering, I mean, I think you care about this community. I think you want to do what's right when you develop projects. And I'm just wondering if you think that maybe there's an opportunity to do some outreach to the YWCA, to sit down and hear their concerns, to the concerns that were raised at the hearing, and just to maybe see if this is an easily solvable design problem.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Thrive Development has reached out to Mary Lee already and talked about our potential development and what concerns they do have. And they have expressed that very concern. They've expressed concern about development of Yellowstone Avenue. So what we're trying to make clear tonight is until we have a specific design proposal We don't really know. And once that's done, again, because of the size and scale of the property, to do the kind of units that we're talking about doing, it will trigger a traffic study. And based on this study, the developers will have to follow those recommendations, i.e. improving 10th Street. And if it says improve Yellowstone, we have to do it. I know, again, the YW would like not to see that happen, but that's not our call because we're going to have to live with that. But honestly, we do have a scenario where we could put tall buildings across Yellowstone, and because of the elevation, we are much taller. We very much are, and I can't grow a tree big enough to cover that, pretty sure. And so, and honestly, the other thing that's kind of working against us on this too is with Project Recode, in this particular development, Annex 3, it likes to push the buildings towards the property lines and put the parking inside. I was kidding Nicole earlier that I call Project Recode our Dunkin' Donuts zoning because it pushes everything to the outside and leaves a hole in the middle. And so, but that's where it's great for screening the cars, but yeah, Project Recode is going to require us to build close to Yellowstone Avenue. And so, yeah, there's going to be some taller buildings close to the property line up on a hill. There are. Yeah, I mean, again, we don't have anything specifically designed yet. Again, it would be some working with Mary Lee and with Nicole potentially on some potential layouts, but I mean, we don't want to come back for a bunch of variances to the new code either, so.
But what I'm hearing you say is you're at least willing to continue the conversation. Because I think as council, we have a priority of public safety in this community, and I don't think any of us want to see there be more challenges in seeking shelter if you're escaping domestic violence. So it sounds like I'm hearing you say you'll at least keep the conversation open.
Exactly. And actually, it's a two-way street because granted, I know one of the concerns from the YW is the potential of a spouse in that right-of-way of Yellowstone Avenue when they shouldn't be there, looking into their facilities. Well, if we put apartments there, there's going to be more eyes on the street, which potentially increases public safety because there's more people watching what's going on. Right now, it's dark and pretty lonely back there, and you could camp out there a long time. But whereas we have units there and life and activity, people out walking, that's proven as a deterrent to some of these other activities. So, yeah, no, very much so. We will continue to work with the neighbors.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to comment, Councilmember Ripsis, for your benefit on the point that you raised. The criteria found in Title 76-2-304, you checked also. It's subsection 2e is where you see the two criteria, number 9 and number 10, but they're exactly as Nicole said, squeezed into one subsection. So thank you very much. We'll go to Councilmember Neese. I just want to mention Councilmember Gulick. I may not see you, so please wave your hand or go ahead and interrupt at any point that you have a question. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. It's actually regarding the 10 criteria that Tom brought up, and I just wanted to ask Nicole, if I understand this correctly, the 10 criteria that's recommended to us by staff as they review it and is recommended as zoning is their interpretation of how that 10 criteria is interpreted. We as council members can look at the same criteria and determine that no, we don't think that meets the compatibility or we don't needs one of these criteria because there's no really specific analytical data that says, like a traffic study would show different data. This is really the interpretation of how you believe this criteria fits. And so, again, it just to make it clear that just because that's being recommended to approve doesn't mean that I have to accept that interpretation. I could actually interpret that one of those criteria differently and decide, no, I don't want to do that. You understand that correctly? Am I understand that correctly?
You are understanding it correctly, but you do rely on your zoning commission to make those proposed findings to you. And when you intend to not accept those findings, you have to articulate what the alternative finding is and for the basis of your zoning decision. And it may not change it from a yes to a no, but it could qualify that particular finding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ripsis.
Just real quick, the difference between, one of the big differences between Annex 2 and Annex 3 in the description is Annex 2 is for small neighborhood nodes and Annex 3 is for larger neighborhood nodes. Can you help me understand what the difference between a small and a larger neighborhood node is? Or is it, I'll know it when I see it kind of thing?
It's primarily geographical. In other words, apartment blocks or groups of large buildings together in a large parcel tend to be zoned NX3, whereas NX2 can appear on block ends in neighborhoods that are primarily 1 and 2 family. The same goes for NX1. That can be even mid-block of an N2 block, could have an NX1 zoning in place. But the NX2 is for those parcels that generally only have 1 or 2 buildings on them.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we'll look to Councilmember Boyette, but Council, I just want to remind us, we're getting close to 7:30. We often take a break. We still have to have a public hearing on this. Unless we want to keep people after our break, we'll want to move to that public comment period real soon. So, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, one thing I didn't see in there was anything referenced to parks. Obviously, we don't get to see parks. There's got to be a place for kids to play rather than in the street. How do we make sure that you do your job and make sure that there's playgrounds or at least areas where kids can play?
The zoning regulations for NX zone districts require an open space provision for every 3 acres of development. So you have to rely on us to make sure it's in the master site plan when it's brought forward by this developer or any developer who's doing a new project in an NX zone district.
Okay. Councilor Purington, again, I don't want to delay this too long. Can we make this one quick? And we'll get to our public hearing.
I think it is. So the NX1 zone on the south side of Lewis and across the street is NX2 or N2, and to the east there's a portion of N2 and N1. So in keeping with the character of that neighborhood, because I know that I think Jeff sent us some pictures of what was, some of the properties that have been done. And so in keeping with that NX or the N2 character, which I suppose is mid-century, that's been around, you said 60 years, so that's mid-century, right? So what is that, to me, that makes a big difference in how this zone matches the character of the neighborhood, the existing neighborhood on those 2 corners especially.
Okay, the NX1 proposal is still an N district. So having N across from N is good, it's fine. The NX1 is more like N2 and N1 and N3 than it is the other larger buildings or larger blocks of buildings in the NX2 and the NX3. If they had proposed NX3 all the way to Lewis Avenue, we would have had a different finding on that particular criteria because it wouldn't have matched what was happening across the street. So the NX1 allows single family, 2 family, 3 family, 4 family. It requires a rear load or side load garage or interior surface parking, which is very much like the N2 zoning to the north and how that developed over time. So the NX1 is not incompatible or out of character for the N2 zoning in this area. Now the NX3 further south on Ninth, we're going to have to do some step backs if those are proposed for taller buildings because it's within that required distance from those end zones on the east side of 9th Street West.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Trickey has not asked anything, so I can't really go to public hearing without at least getting you some opportunity.
Hopefully
Councilor
these
Trickey.
are pretty quick and easy questions. I noticed that the Central Terry neighborhood plan on here is dated 1999. Do we have any, what are our current plans for updating our plans? And I'm also kind of curious if you know what the definition of infill would have been when that plan was developed in 99.
Okay, I'll take the last question first. I don't think there was a definition of infill when that plan was put in place in 1999. Internally, planning staff are beginning the process of gathering together all of our existing neighborhood plans and figuring out where to put our best foot forward this fiscal year to get started on updating plans. We're not there yet. We're not ready to kick one off, but we're close. So that'll be happening soon. I'm sure we'll have something to tell the council in the next few months on that. But the definition of infill was adopted by this council by policy in 2011. And so infill is where you have an undeveloped or underdeveloped piece of property, or where the buildings have less value than the underlying land, where there are opportunities to use existing infrastructure or build new infrastructure wholly within the city limits, and to take advantage of that and promote that.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing your plans about making those plans. And if there's anything that council can do to help facilitate that, please let us know.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Tricky. Let's open up for public hearing. We don't want to, if anybody has to leave, we want to at least make sure they have an opportunity to be heard. Realistic, we'll probably have to take a break after public hearing. If you'd like to be heard on item number 4, the proposed zone change on this parcel that you've been hearing about, please come now to the podium. We just ask again that you give us your name and your address and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And if you're out in the lobby, please feel free to join us. There's a couple chairs in here as well. And if anybody'd like to be heard, please come forward, and we'll be looking also online. If anybody is watching online and wants to be heard, raise your hand. So we'll take comments inside the building first, and then we'll look to people online. We do have a couple of people who would like to be heard online. Sir, please tell us your name and address.
Jeff Ison, 2821 Saratoga Trail. I am the special representative for the Elks Lodge. I just want people to remember that the Elks Lodge was built for 4,000 to 5,000 members. Our membership has dropped, so the traffic has dropped considerably from what it was designed for. And this isn't about traffic, this is about zoning. This will be a great project for the community, and the Elks and everyone in the Elks is 100% for this.
Thank you very much. Next, anybody else in the building here, please come forward. Feel free to make a little line here so that you're ready to go straight to the podium. Go on up a little closer if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Colton Knatters. I'm with IMA 175 North 27th Street, Suite 1312. I've been asked to speak as a representative of the Home Builders Association Executive Board. I'm the past president of the Home Builders Association, and we want to speak in support of this project. The main discussion among our association, as well as the state and national association, is housing affordability. And the primary tool to solving that problem is housing inventory, housing type, and varying housing. And we believe as long as this project is done well, and we have faith in our staff that they would support through the master site plan process, that it is done well, that this is a great location for housing type like this to add to our housing inventory. I'd also just add, from a personal note and a business owner in the community, it's incredibly difficult hiring when you're trying to hire somebody young and get them to move in, and they call around to different apartments and locations. And here, it's a 6 to 8 month waiting list for housing. And as we're trying to grow our community and get talent in the community, having projects like this that can cut into that waiting list only helps Billings overall. So thank you for your time, and I'd ask for the council to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, my name is Greg McCall. I'm with McCall Development, McCall Homes. I also sit on the City County Zoning Commission. I would also just like to echo Mr. Knatterud's sentiments and statements. We are in a housing crisis. I'm sure you've seen the recent housing affordability study that came out. As Colton mentioned, it is purely being driven by supply. We do not have the supply. I've had the opportunity to do a little bit of back research on Thrive Corporation, and I think they're going to do a good job with this property. It's an excellent opportunity for infill in our community, and I, as a developer, would also look at that property and try to figure out how best to situate the buildings and the zoning around that to best suit and fit the surrounding area and the other owners nearby. And I really feel that the uses, or sorry, not the uses, but the zones that were proposed are some of the best opportunities that we can do to try to make that dovetail well into the existing fabric around that area. So I would also ask the council to approve this zone change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other public comment, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is John Halverson. I live at 239 Avenue F. I'm a professional planner, but I have no stake in this project beyond that as a citizen who wants to see Billings remain a place where young people, young working people can have a future. At the zoning commission meeting for this application, many of those opposed voiced concerns about traffic and negative effects on property values in the area. Concerns about safety on the streets surrounding the site are completely valid and should be addressed. But in the design of many of the streets in the area, including Lewis, actually encourage speeding. And Lewis should be redesigned to calm traffic. But apartments and duplexes don't make a street dangerous. Speeding cars make a street dangerous. So it is within our power, regardless of the zoning, to make that street safer for all users. If safety on our streets is our primary concern, then we should welcome units at this location. Compared to building them out on the west end, units here will, trips are going to be captured by walking and bicycling and are much easier to serve with public transit. As for property values, there's a petition going around the state right now to cap property taxes. The website for that petition says that home property values in the state have gone up 40% since COVID. So I don't think the zoning of this parcel will make the properties around here buck that trend. We have a growth policy that says that we ought to encourage infill, that we ought to have a mixture of housing choices. So if we have a policy that says we ought to eat our vegetables, but when vegetables are on our plate, we say these aren't quite the right vegetables for today, then that is how we get on the path to, being like a lot of cities around the country, including more and more cities in Montana, where young people just can't see a future, can't afford to stay. I'll just close by urging the council to consider that while it is going to hear from a lot of neighbors who oppose the project, that it will not hear from the people who we know that this process tends to underrepresent, which are the renters, some 44,000 renters in Yellowstone County whose rents depend on supply keeping pace with demand. And for their sake, we need to eat our vegetables. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Dave Goodrich, 129 Avenue D. I wanted to speak a little bit to the criteria that talks about is it the highest and best use of the property. I'm a commercial real estate broker in the city of Billings, been doing it for 17 years. I am the listing agent on the Elks property, have had the property listed for 2 years. The Thrive contract is the only contract that we have had on the property. When the CMU1 zoning was put on there, from a real estate perspective, I didn't consider the fact that the whole ground level of any building would have to be commercial. So I just wanted to give you guys a little example. Currently, Shiloh Commons out on Shiloh and Central, that property is sitting on 7 acres, 4 buildings on CMU1. The ground floor of each of those 4 buildings is around 14,000 square feet. If you duplicate, which you could very easily duplicate on this property, 4 buildings, that would put roughly 50 to 60,000 square feet of commercial property on the ground floor. From a commercial real estate perspective, in that area between Broadwater and Grand, when you saw the traffic count that Nicole had on there, you got 5,000 vehicle trips on Lewis. In order for that commercial component to pencil into the development, it would have to be at least $25 a square foot for a triple net rate. And I'm here to tell you, I'm not going to get $25 a square foot on that block of property in between Grand and Broadwater. It's not going to happen. So if we are truly, as a city, looking to develop our property, especially the infill, as the 2016 growth policy says, the second question was, where do we want to develop within that 2016 growth policy? The big answer was infill. So if we are going to promote infill, then we have to do it well. Obviously, you've heard plenty of smarter people than me tell you the processes that are in place. I would hope that you as council will trust your staff and your volunteer committees and the people that have worked and continue to work for you guys to give you the answers that you need. Yeah, that's about all I got. Thank you. I would hope that you would support this zone change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further public comment, please come to the podium. Tell us your name and address. While we're waiting to see if anybody else comes forward, I don't see anybody else. Who do we have online? Kevin or Denise, can you give us somebody?
Yes, we have Mary Lee Olson waiting to speak. Mary Lee, can you hear me?
Yes, Denise, thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Mayor Cole and Council, thank you for taking time to give deep consideration to the proposed zoning change. I'm Mary Lee Olson, the CEO for YWCA Billings and YWCA Holdings at 909 Wyoming Avenue. We're the largest landowner next to the Thrive property. And that property's been our neighbor for over 50 years, and we have worked collaboratively with the Elks and the neighbors surrounding it on our own developments. We're not opposed to development, and we understand the need for housing. We built housing on our own campus. And the location is very accessible to everything in town, so it's a great location for housing. I do have concerns about the Thrive, the potential for what could happen with the Thrive development if council approves the zoning tonight with so many issues unresolved and promises that they will be addressed. There's no concept plan in place, so we really don't know what will happen. In talking to Thrive and understanding what they intend to do, I have to say that it's a great opportunity for a lot of housing, but overall, it isn't really compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And we have some concerns that I feel are significant. One of those is density. If you read the Billings Gazette today, you know what's happened in Bozeman and continues to happen. None of you on council live near the Elks property, so you may think the density is no big deal. But the density leads to our second concern, just public safety, and that's something the council has wrestled with for some time. The buildup of a dense population will create concerns for all the surrounding neighborhoods, but particularly for the people that we serve and house at YWCA. These are women and children who are victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking, and almost all of them live in poverty. A large population room right next to us is definitely going to jeopardize their security. And of course, there's other issues that have been discussed over traffic, Yellowstone Avenue, egress, ingress, all of those things. those questions can't be answered until plans are presented. That's why I'm asking the council to think about postponing the zoning decision and asking that Thrive look into a planned unit development. And in the process of creating a planned unit development, many of these questions that have not been resolved will be. There's some admirable examples of PUDs in our community. One that's been in place since the 1970s is Rocky Village. And a more recent example is the McCall development near the Yellowstone River. Those are great communities, and the Rocky Village one shows that it's been successful over time and has continued to grow and be appropriate for the surrounding neighborhoods. I am not at all trying to defeat the Thrive development. I want to work collaboratively with them, and they are trying to work collaboratively with us. I'm just saying that there is an opportunity to try to resolve some of these question marks and not have something happen that none of us can be proud of or comfortable with. I know that.
And Marilee, your buzzer went off about a minute ago, so if you can wrap up, please.
Yes, I am. I know that you're very conscientious council, and I feel that you'll keep the neighborhood in mind with your decision. And I also ask you to keep in mind that we have a very vulnerable population right in the shadow of this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another on-site caller, I believe, Kevin or Denise?
Yes, Mayor, we have Linda Halo. Linda, can you hear us?
I can. Hello. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Linda Halo. I live at 312 Clark Avenue. And for the past 27 years, my daily walk, I do one in the morning and one in the evening, that starts at my house at 312 Clark, goes to the Elks Club down Clark Avenue, cuts across the parking lot, goes down Lewis to 16th, makes a cut to down 16th to Yellowstone, and then back. So I go right by the Elks Club I go through the Elks Club parking lot, usually at dawn, and I come right down that asphalt road behind it. The idea that you may not need to change or put sidewalks down that is truly astounding. Anyway, my main concern, since I cross 9th and 8th and 6th and 5th, is kids going to Broadwater. Are we looking at, if it's density and you're doing 250 units perhaps, and if it's going to be young families, I realize it's not really a zoning question, but you're really going to add a fair amount to Broadwater's enrollment. Right now, they're at 66% of max, and I don't see that, I don't know. Is this something one talks to the school board about, or they just suck it up and see what they're going to do with the kids, or what? And as you cross streets, I don't think that 9th is ever much of a worry. Actually, 8th isn't much either. People tend to stop. 6th is a racetrack. And I'm sure you guys can figure out something to do about that. People tend to stop on 5th for folks. So they're indoctrinated because Broadwater's right there. But if you're looking at making this kind of a family-centered unit, and you're looking at getting those kids over to Broadwater, that's going to be an adventure. So please take that into consideration. Thanks. My husband's sitting here too. When I signed up on this laptop, he does not have Zoom on his, and I've done lots of Zoom meetings. Is there a way I can tuck him in for 3 minutes?
Yeah, if you can just hand over your computer to him, that'd be fine.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, hi, my name's James Halo. I live at 312 Clark. I think this, at a minimum, is premature, and you should kick the can down the road as the code allows. Actually, what you ought to do is what Nancy Reagan says and just say no. A couple of points. One is Thrive Development is, as of late this afternoon, not licensed to do business in Montana. So we have no idea who they are. Maybe some of you do, but the populace certainly doesn't. So what you've got here is a dark money organization that isn't licensed in Montana, which has already proven its willingness to defy Montana law, wanting to go forward with a development that, as got detailed while Ms. Cromwell was testifying, has all kinds of ridiculous gaps in it. Secondly, there was a statement in the Gazette that I think the person representing the developer said that this is the only way to make the development financially feasible. Now, the real-world translation of that is that the current owner has the price way the hell too high, and the current owner and Thrive Development, and again, we don't know who they are, want to create all kinds of blue sky value in this property and put it on the backs of the people who live in the utterly incompatible uses to the north, east, and west. And I'm curious to see if anybody who lives around this, the NIMBYs, sound off in favor of this, because I'm relatively positive that they won't. I note that, for example, Billings doesn't have a rendering plant. Someone could propose to put a rendering plant there and say that it would make this property and this development economically feasible. It would be equally incompatible with the surrounding uses. Now, I am a practitioner. I'm a retired attorney. I haven't done a lot of zoning work lately, but this reeks almost, except for perhaps some of the uses to the south, of spot zoning. The third thing is perhaps, I was born and raised in Billings. Perhaps some people on the council haven't been or aren't as old as I am, but I'll give you a little institutional memory that perhaps you don't have. One is there's a traffic light at 14th and Lewis. That light was created because a student in Lewis and Clark, at the time junior high, it became a middle school, got mowed down on the freeway that is Lewis Avenue. And that happened back when I was in high school and had shoulder-length brown and wavy hair. The mayor knows me. He knows I don't have that now.
Not by a long way. Nor do you have a lot of time, Jim. Your buzzer went off about 15 seconds ago. So if you can wrap up, that'd be great.
Okay, yeah. The second thing is I'll point out to you 24th Street. If this gets approved, you might have a 24th Street West problem where you're going to have a taking from everybody who lives across the street from this place on Lewis. And you're going to end up buying all those properties. The third thing is, again, since we don't know who Thrive Development even is, I'll call your attention to the neighborhood we used to call Boonesboro, which was, I believe, on Avenues E and F between approximately 9th and 11th, where a developer moved a bunch of log cabins from the Mowat mine.
Jim, I think you're getting a bit far afield here, so your time has expired.
Okay. This thing should be kicked down the road until we know what they want to do, or it should be just outright denied. And outright denial is the proper thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Anybody else online? Kevin? No. Do we have anybody else in the lobby or in the community room here before I close the public hearing? Do not see anybody walking to the podium, so we'll close our public hearing. Council, it's now almost 7:45. I sure hate to break mid-item. Usually like to wrap things up, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that. Are we prepared to take a short break? Or yes, I see it nod. So it's 7:43. We will come back no later than 7:50. Hopefully a few minutes before that. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We've concluded our public hearing and closed the public hearing period. So that means it's back to council. Council, if you've got additional questions for staff or developer or motions or further discussion, at some point we will want a motion on the table before we get into it too deep. Further discussion. Council Member Shaw.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 1005 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the zoning commission.
Okay, motion for approval. Councilmember Ripsis, is that, or council, yep. You're signaling to the Councilmember Joy. Okay, Councilmember Joy has the second, okay? Okay, so there's a motion for approval consistent with staff recommendation. Discussion on the motion, Councilmember Shaw, did your motion, did you want to start us off?
Denise, go
Councilmember
first.
Joy?
And then
Okay, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for everyone who has sent emails and called me, and I really find the feedback and the comments very, very important in this situation. One of the difficulties of infill is that you're doing something different where everybody has been living for many, many years, and so you're really changing things, and that can be very difficult, very difficult. So one of the things I'd like to talk about is a constituent who lives close to the area last summer called me and said, my water bill is really high. He said, I'm really concerned that you continue to raise our water rates, and this is really difficult for me to be able to keep my yard and my hobbies, gardening, as nice as I'd like it, because it's really expensive to pay the water bill. So I talked to him about the reasons why water rates have been raised. I think that if you look through our agenda, you could see other agenda items where you see the cost of extending water service. We have done that repeatedly, both on the West End, and now we are looking to do that around the Inner Belt Loop. This costs us a lot in investment. That investment is paid by our ratepayers. The investment to have the police and fire go out farther and farther is a very big taxpayer investment. So what I said to him is, I try to use your tax dollars and rate increases as efficiently as possible. This is about efficiency for your tax dollars. We don't have to extend the sewer line. The developer is going to have to pay for those improvements that are necessary to mitigate traffic, to mitigate some of the impacts that this is going to have. But the best use of your water bill, the best use of your taxes is for it to be in the city where we are not investing in an extension that will take decades to repay. When we extend our water and sewer lines, that reimbursement, that return on that investment takes decades to pay back. So that is the idea behind infill. Infill has a good side. It's an efficient use of your tax dollars. On the flip side, you're changing something that has been the same for many, many years. How best could we use this property? The city of Billings doesn't get to decide. We decide in terms of zoning, but the city is not going to be a property owner. The city is not going to be a landlord on this property. We have to rely on private investment, and those private investments build housing in the city of Billings, not the city. We don't have that budget. So I will support this. I know that it will be unpopular. I know that there will be constituents who feel upset that I am speaking for this, but it is the most efficient use of your taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Shaw, you had the second. Did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry, it was your original
I know, the
motion.
opposite, that's fine. We're in a housing crisis. You've heard many people say that. That's nothing new. I feel like everyone probably in this room is well aware of that, or at least is now, and that's great. Putting that aside, the fact that we need housing desperately, I want to address two other issues. One is my big concern coming into this was the YWCA, and so I really appreciated Councilmember Owen bringing that up initially, and then hearing from Mary Lee Olson. I feel confident that the developers are interested in working with the surrounding neighborhoods and their surrounding partners to come up with a solution. To me, that's really a design issue of landscaping, how the buildings look. We can't control what's going to go there. I would rather have 200 apartments than another liquor store, right? I mean, if that's, and that could go there if we don't move forward with approving this zone change. So the other piece that I want to add, and this is just a kind of a response to, we got a lot of emails, and I hear this a lot. I hear a lot that renters don't pay taxes, so just adding rentals isn't going to really do anything, but that is not actually true. Everyone in Billings pays taxes, whether you're paying it as part of your rent to your landlord who actually writes the check. If you're living in Billings, you are paying taxes. So increasing the density really increases the bang for the buck, both for the surrounding people who, some of them live in single family houses. This is how we start to pay for more services in your area. This is how we hopefully get into a situation where we don't have to come back to the public all the time to ask about increasing public safety funds. But this is how we pay for it, is through this density infill, getting more people into the same amount of area, but doing it safely and doing it well. So the plan, as I've heard it, I feel confident with moving forward, so I definitely support this.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion, questions for staff, whatever you have, council. Councilmember Owen?
So I think I agree with some of the statements made earlier by Mr. Canning and Mr. Goodrich that really, I mean, the CMU1 designation doesn't solve any problems. So I don't know that any of the concerns that have been raised are solved by turning down this zoning decision tonight. So, I mean, I think ultimately I will approve it, but it raises for me something that might just be a function of me being a newbie, but I think it's not. I think the process isn't working. I think we're not, at least visibly to the public, focused on solving neighborhood problems and addressing neighborhood concerns. What I see and what I hear in presentations and what I see in email is process, 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 which I think to a lot of residents looks like bureaucracy, bureaucracy, bureaucracy. I don't see strong leadership in saying, let's just sit down at a table and work problems out. I think that mindset shift is going to become much more essential if, in fact, as Councilmember Joy says, we're going to focus on infill. We're going to have more clashes of uses and more clashes of neighbors. And we need to start much more visibly, I think, engaging the public in problem solving, because I think in general, we have good developers in this community who want to do right by their neighbors. And I think if they're encouraged by our procedures in this council to embrace problem solving, to listen to neighborhood concerns, not as a reason for denial, but as an opportunity to bring people together to solve problems, we will do better. I disagree with what council has continually been told, that Montana statute requires specific findings on these 10 criteria. I do not believe that's what the statute says. But even if it's what it says, we are being asked to make findings with virtually no data to support it, no analysis underlying it. We're given largely conclusory statements in some of these 10 criteria. And so if we're being asked to make findings, we don't have the evidence to do it. And I think ultimately, if we adopt more of a focus on solving problems rather than procedure, we can get better analyses of how these problems play out and how they can be solved. I know the staff has mentioned that they're looking at the subdivision process. I think we as council need to broaden that conversation. In a post-Project Recode world, do our land use policies and procedures still make sense? Do we have an opportunity, if we're redoing the growth plan, if we're re-looking at neighborhood plans, all things which I think we can do, should we look at this land use procedure differently and find a way to communicate clearly to developers and the public that we're interested in solving problems, not perpetuating a conflict between neighbors? I know developers want certainty, and I don't want endless wrangling over every project. I get that. But I think we have to do more, and this project is a clear example that we're not working enough to show the public that we're problem solving versus just reciting to them process and procedures. So I think this project needs to be approved because I don't think CMU 1 is any better, but I think to me it is a call that over the next weeks and months we need to do better as a council in looking at the way we handle land use decisions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dees?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I think we have a housing crisis. We need to do something about it. We had a meeting with the HUD development here a few weeks ago. There was some good information there, but we need to get moving on that. And in order to do that, we need to really find sensible solutions, sensible designs, sensible layouts. I think we can develop property and get the density, get the taxes without impacting the neighbors. This property had a history of having residential next to residential, and then with this now then the CMU or the commercial on there. I believe that the properties, the zone change during the recode the process is tainted. Now the neighbors can challenge that or not, but I think our city staff would stand behind what they did. I disagree with the way that was done, but. Looking at the way the developer in this particular design, I would love to see some NX3 or NX2 up there, some N1. But I'd also like to see the N2 nearing what's next to them. When you put in a property that is higher density right next to a single-family residential home, no one can prove whether the property value is going to increase or decrease. That's going to depend on time and the residents and how it goes in there. But it does impact the neighborhoods in their perception and the enjoyment of their property. And so when we have a property development like this large, and they don't take into consideration of what the property next to it is and doesn't mirror that, then I feel that they're not really building a sensible design, and then within that time have the mirroring property, and then if they want higher density, bring it into their property and higher density. And I think this thing could have been laid out a lot different in zoning to bring in some residential on the east and the north, and then bring that higher density property over to the west and southwest. And so for that reason, I don't think this is a sensible zoning change, and I will not support it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ripsis, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this. Yes, we need the infill, we need the housing development, all those things that have been said. To me, the saving grace is that it's on Lewis and 9th, which are collector streets, and traffic should flow efficiently out of there. We're not flowing most of the traffic through neighborhood streets, and I would like to see 10th and Yellowstone finished completely, and I certainly hope the conclusions of engineering or planning points in that direction when they get the site development plan in. But really, what I wanted to do was echo Councilmember Owen's comments here and say it much less eloquently than she did. I share the frustrations of the neighbors. I've seen this repeatedly a few times already here in our short time on council, and for years beforehand, where it feels like the process is weighted against the residents, weighted against our neighbors, against the existing residents in a neighborhood. And I think that it's a process issue. We have to prioritize getting those concerns addressed, and like Councilmember Owen said, focus on problem solving, not so much just trying to shoot a plan down. We need this development. We need these types of developments, but we need more collaboration between the residents and the developers earlier on in the process. It's inconceivable to me that the developer hasn't already done concept plans for the property just to figure out if they could put enough units on the property to make it financially feasible. They know that they have to get 200 some on there to make it financially feasible. They know how they're going to do that. They did that work. It doesn't have to be to 100% perfection, but I think we need to start getting that information to people sooner rather than later, and just telling them, trust us, it'll happen later. Because honestly, at that point, it's too late. So I will be more than willing to help work on process and trying to figure out ways to get the community involved earlier. But yeah, for tonight, I definitely do support this development, and I certainly hope the developers continue to work with the neighbors and the YWCA to address concerns as we go through this site development process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I was on the Project Recode for 2 years, and I wasn't in the part where, but things that bothered me about it, we finished it, we did a good job, but again, I come back and I yell at my wife all the time and say, well, why does a traffic study have to be done 6 months after I've approved it? That bothers me in the sense that the neighbors don't know. I mean, we should know enough information to do a traffic study prior to the development. The developer should know what he wants to put in there before. Everything ends up with the staff. What bothers me is staff is running the show, not the city council. I mean, I'm gonna say, yes, we're gonna go for this because we don't have enough information to turn it down. I don't like the traffic study done, the density done later, the design done later. And also, Councilman Neese sent an email that said, do we have the option of changing the zones because we don't like the zone in X1? Maybe we should change it to N1 or N2. Obviously, we can't do that. And that's the issue that bothers me is we don't have any options to do any changing. So, I mean, it's just my 2 cents. I'm going to vote for this. I grew up across the street. I wish it was all N1, nice homes, but it doesn't pencil out that way. You can't have 8 acres of houses and expect to make a profit or even build them what the costs are today. I'm just frustrated with the process, I guess, is my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. Councilor Purington, and I'm sorry, and then after Councilor Purington, Councilmember Gulay.
Well, I'm going to echo a lot that has already been said. I keep going on about process. I don't care what it is, but, and I agree with Mike. Council doesn't have a lot of control over this other than to say yes or no. But we don't have a reason. We don't have a process to go through that. And I've asked this question before. We send out notices to neighbors for protest, but their protest falls on deaf ears because we're guided by certain criteria. I mean, the public doesn't know our criteria. And, you know, it's always like, not in my backyard, going, well, that's not really a reason. But for them, it is a reason. And they also look at the decrease in their property values. And they say, oh, you know, one side they'll say, oh, no, there's no decrease in property values with higher density. And then you find another study and, yeah, there is. So who are you going to believe? You know, maybe 10 years down the road, whenever you try to sell your place. I don't know. So I am inclined to vote no on this, but I'll probably vote yes, just because I know it's going to pass. But the reason that I would vote yes on it is because it does need to be residential. It is a residential area, and even with the YWCA below them, basically that's residential for them. It is. It's residential. So I too am not pleased with the zoning. You know, another issue with the traffic study that Mike's talking about, and we talked a little bit about it at the meeting that we have at the school board, is that you've got elementary schools there. What's the pathway for them? You know, we're going to have a meeting with Safe Routes to School tomorrow, and you're sitting here going, you know, these kids are running up and down Lewis. Is there another route that's safer for the kids? Because Lewis is crazy. And so I'm not pleased with some of the zoning. I understand the people that live in the area with that higher density, that they do have concerns. I think it will be done well just because I know that Collaborative Design has done some nice projects in Billings. It's a local architect, so I think they'll do a nice, they'll do good by Billings, by this neighborhood. So again, I think we do need to look at process.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gulick?
Thank you, Mayor. As a design professional, I'd too like to see a site master plan in terms of their sort of devils in the details of sort of how it gets developed. But I also understand from a developer's perspective that they have to have some sort of assurance that they can do something on this property before they put a considerable investment into it. And I think, although I agree with Councilmember Rupsis that some sort of conceptual design that doesn't have the same kind of cost would be nice in terms of the process. You can also get into trouble there because people hold you to a certain standard that's seen in a conceptual design. But I think in terms of a lot of the objections I see to this, I think we as Americans in general are not really good at evaluating the impacts of higher density living. But there is a presumption that it's undeserved, and there's a bias against it. But if you think about, what are the places if we go to a town or a city, if we go travel, often we might go to a place like Europe or San Francisco. These are places that are much higher density than the single family residences, and they're actually very desirable places. We can't know for sure what kind of outcome we're going to have with this, so there is a certain level of trust. But I'm going to say that I thought the NX1 zoning along Lewis Avenue actually was quite sensitive. That was done quite well. I think it's nice to have a little bit of variety also along, and not having everything the same everywhere along the street. So I think I'm encouraged by actually what I see, and I hope the developer does a really good project. I will be supporting it.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, Councilmember Trinky?
Good. Let me ask this to Nicole. Is one of the reasons why zoning changes are separated from design decisions and stuff like that because sometimes people do not purchase the property until after the zoning is appropriate to what they want?
Yes, at this point, for most builders and developers, this is the very preliminary entitlement phase for a project. So the zoning that's in place is not exactly complying with what they would like to build, so they're entitling the property with new zoning. So at this point, yes, they may have a concept plan, but until the zoning is in place, it's not really, it wouldn't be recommended to settle on a design plan at this time. So yes, they probably have concept plans. We have never used a site plan for or against a developer who's proposed zoning in front of this council. We have used site plans for special reviews, and those are allowed every time. We tie that specific approval to that site plan, and we have conditions that we apply to it. But for zoning, because of the requirement that zoning is uniform across the city and in those zone districts, we cannot condition it on a site plan.
Thank you. So,
Councilman Trinky, go ahead.
I'm going to talk about two things that we've been talking about, that a number of us have been talking about here tonight. Process and data. Yes, we need both of them. And you know what? These are one of the things that we as a council can do. We are in charge of writing the code. We are in charge of dealing with these processes. So it's really frustrating to me to sit here and hear people say, I don't like this because I don't like the way the process is going. Well, okay, let's figure out what's wrong with the process and move forward. But I will warn you, there are reasons why processes get put in place. And we just heard one of the reasons why we are hearing about a zone change right now instead of an entire building thing. Why the schools haven't been contacted about it. Why, traffic things haven't been done yet. Why? Because no one wants to put money into work that may not end up happening because of the 11 of us who are sitting here right now. So these processes have been defined over decades to try to fit that balance between what the public wants, what the people who are looking to the future of the city wants, and what the developers need. And also, like what future homeowners are going to need. So yeah, let's step up. We don't like the process. Let's fix the process, okay? Let's start hearing some specific things about it. And the same is true about data. There's a reason why we are not making data-driven solutions right now. And that is because, as a city, we have not chosen to find the resources in order to collect those data and analyze those data. So if you want data-driven decisions being made here in Billings, Montana, in this council room, we need to find the money to make those things happen. And since I'm on a roll, I'll just make my last comment. I was going to save it for later. I am not going to defend my decision to vote for infill. I ran on this. I said we have to do better, deeper development in the existing parts of the city. We have to stop expanding on the edges. This is a consequence of that decision. It's the reality of it. And you know what? It's going to get worse for neighbors, because the next thing, as soon as we're done with filling up all the super low density areas like the Elks, and we're probably going to be seeing one, just a couple of blocks down the way pretty quickly. Once those spaces are filled up, you know what comes next? The houses that have not been, that are owned by people who are not caring for them, and they're renting it out and just making money off of that. That is why neighborhoods get old. That is why neighborhoods become filled with crime. And that is one of those things that we know and we can pay attention to, and we can make that transition easier. But you know what? We're going to be hearing about an entire block of, probably not Lewis, but area in Central Terry, where somebody has gone in and bought up all those properties and wants to raise them and put something high density. The last time I was in Bozeman, that area just to the north of Main Street, there were 2 entire blocks where the houses were boarded up because obviously somebody was buying them up so that they could put higher density in there. It's a reality. It's going to be happening. Our task in front of us is making sure that it happens as painlessly as possible for the people who live here right now.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion? I guess I'll just comment. Really interesting discussion. Thank you, all of council. Just sort of a factual point. Yeah, it's relatively rare to close on property without making the zone change contingent to the acquisition on a valuable piece of property. No doubt about that. On the issue of process, which there is a very valuable discussion here, a couple suggestions I'd have, and obviously we don't want to get into the debate of this, but just so we don't lose track of it, I'd like to see our ordinances revised to have a clear obligation for dedication and development of city rights-of-way, in this case like 12 and Yellowstone, as part of our site development regulations, not just as part of our subdivision rules. So that's one possible change. This is what I call the Ernie Dutton issue, and I appreciate Ernie raising this for our attention. in this case, I take some satisfaction in knowing that we can at least include curbs, gutters for stormwater mitigation. Makes it very unlikely, I think, that those streets would not be developed. The developer certainly, and his representative, his architect, was not indicating any hesitation about developing those streets. I do think those need to be developed. Second issue on process, it does seem like we could have some sort of preliminary level of traffic study requirement of site planning to force developers to show more of their cards. But let's not think we can have our cake and eat it too. It does drive up the costs of development, and especially where development is more controversial, i.e. with infill. So we, out of one side of our mouth, we may be saying we want to promote infill, but by going down that path too far, what we're really doing is discouraging infill. So we'd have to be very careful in how we went about doing that. On the merits of this particular matter, I understand why there are objections based on some of the 10 criteria. It raises an interesting question for me about whether these criteria are intended to create some sort of objective black and white standard that you either get over the hurdle or you don't. Obviously, they're written quite broadly and rather vaguely, thanks to our state legislature. And so I don't think there is that kind of black and white rule. But it does raise a question about whether we can apply a relative standard to these. And this is a really interesting case, because even though it may create difficulties for the neighborhood, I think that we can properly apply something of a relative standard and look at comparing the proposed to the existing zoning. And the reality is that the existing zoning is not great for many of these neighbors. This horse left the barn 53 years ago when the Elks Club was zoned community commercial, mostly community commercial, which is the same type of zoning we have on Grand Avenue. And so this is down zoning. It reduces that CMU zone all along Lewis, which is great. It gets rid of the mandatory commercial requirement on all of the properties. And so I will vote for this. It's not perfect, but it's better than what is there now, I'm afraid. So those are my comments. Additional comments on the motion. Motion is for approval before we proceed to a vote. Any additional comments? If not, and we will have a hand vote. I'll ask first for votes in favor and then votes in opposition to the motion. So the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council members Shaw, Owen, Joy, Cole, Chiriki, Tidswell, Parrington, Boyette, and Rupsis. And if voting in opposition.
Gulick.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Councilmember Gulick. Apologize about that. Out of sight, out of mind. If voting in opposition to the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmember Neese. The motion passes. Thank you, members of the public who gave us their input and staff on this matter as well. That then concludes item number 4, bringing us to item number 5. Denise, would you read item number 5?
Yes, I will, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I am not muted this time. Okay, public hearing of first reading ordinance for zone change 1006, a zone change located on block 2, lots 1 and 2 of the West Billings Heights subdivision, located at 1204 Howard Avenue. Ashley Delp is the owner. Zoning Commission recommends adoption or approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff of Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter tonight, I think, is Karen Hussman, who is wrestling the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but please speak loudly, because as we know, it's not that sensitive.
Okay. This zone change is on a parcel in the West Billings Heights subdivision.
A little bit louder.
The surrounding zoning.
A little bit louder, we were asked. Thank you.
I don't know if I can. The surrounding zoning To the north is N1, to the south is N2, to the east is NX1, and to the west is N1 as well. The property currently has a single-family dwelling and a duplex. Immediately across the street on 12th is a triplex. To the northeast is currently a fourplex in that NX2 zone district. This is a picture of the subject property looking from Howard to the south. This is looking north across Howard to the east, to the west, and then this is looking west from 12th Street at the alley on the side of the property towards the existing duplex. The applicant is requesting the zone change in order to modify the duplex into a fourplex, remodeling the basement into 2 more dwelling units. And again, this is northeast on that fourplex. It's an NX2 zone. And this is looking east directly across 12th Street. This is a triplex and it's also in an NX1 zone district. And again, we're looking at the zone change criteria that we have to look at. That's already been well discussed previously, so I won't go through that again. But the zoning commission is recommending approval of the zone change based on that criteria. It does meet the growth policy and it is compatible with the adjacent zoning and uses. I'm going to complete my presentation and leave you with this slide. I do want to add that any site development standards are going to be in place when they do any development. Adding on to the number of units will trigger the master site plan review, so we will be looking at this for development. They're going to be required to do parking, possibly landscaping. They're going to have to look at stormwater as well as all the building code and anything else that's in place. And I will conclude if you have any questions for me.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Karen? Councilmember Purington?
I actually went by and looked at this property and I looked at the wrong line, so I was just, so when I looked at the pictures again, I went, well, that's not the right place. So the gray house is the duplex.
Correct.
And that's the one that they want to put the extra ones, the
Correct.
extra 2 units in the basement. So I think I read that they're planning on putting 1 parking unit or space in the alleyway, and the rest will be on-street parking?
They're actually going to be required to put 2 off-street parking spaces.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette?
Karen, do you know the square footage for each of the units that'll be in the basement by chance?
I don't. I know that the duplex is 1,876 on the main floor. I don't think that the basement units are going to be that big.
And then, Mayor,
Go ahead.
do you know what they're gonna charge per unit for rent?
No idea. Do not have that information.
Thank you.
I do know that the applicant was going to sign in on Zoom if she was in. I know that the agent that is representing her, I saw him here as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll get questions for Karen, and then we'll look to see whether the applicant or applicant's representative is available also to comment on any of the questions or make any other presentation. Questions, though, for Karen? Councilmember Dees?
Karen, you answered all my questions mostly, but you just mentioned something about parking. You said 2 will be required on site, but that's the fourplex there. But there's another house on the property, right? So there's
Correct.
5 units on the property. Does that trigger additional parking because there's 2 units on the property, or are we just talking about 2 units required for the duplex?
The 2 parking spaces will be required for the additional 2 units. what is already there for parking is going to be relative to the existing 3 units.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Karen before we ask the developer if she has any comments? Okay, Kevin or Denise, do we have Ashley Delp, or is Ashley Develop's
Ashley Delp is
representative?
Online and just raised her hand, so.
Okay, very good. Then
Yeah.
we'll welcome you, Ms. Delp. Go ahead and chime in. If you have a short presentation or want to comment on any of the questions, feel free.
Yep. Hi, guys. Thank you. I'm also sitting here with Chris Ketchell. So he knows the ins and outs far, far better than I do. So I'm actually going to let him talk and explain exactly how we're going to be setting this up, if that's okay.
That would be great. Just please again introduce yourself, Chris.
Good evening, council members. Ms. Ketchell. And so in regards to the parking issue, we are going to be putting 2 spaces to the west of the current duplex unit in the back with the alley access there. So we will have those 2 extra spaces there. We are also going to be expanding the parking along the northwest corner of the single family home. And we will be having 2 parking spaces right there. And then you'll have the stack parking, which we knew wasn't going to account for it. So we're going to add an additional spot next to the current one there to alleviate some of the parking as well.
Thank you very much. Anything else? It looks like we might have a question for you guys. Councilmember Boyette.
Can you give us the approximate square footage of each of the basement units and the tentative what you're going to charge per month for rent?
The monthly rent's really going to be dependent upon the finishes that we end up putting into it in the future. So we're not sure. It will be comparable for market rents. And then
Square footage.
Square footage, I apologize. I believe there are roughly about a little over like 430 or 450 square foot per unit in the basement. Roughly right around there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for our developer or developer's representative or for Karen? Don't see any, so thank you very much. This is a public hearing on the zone change, so we'll open it up for the public. If anybody would like to comment on item number 5, please do so. Please come to the podium, tell us your name and your address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Is there any public comment on the public hearing on item number 5? I'm not seeing anybody in the library. Kevin or Denise, do you see anybody online? The answer is no.
No, Mayor.
So, Denise?
No, I was just answering your question, no.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have anybody who to make public comment, so we'll close the public hearing on item number 5 and come back to council. Councilmember Joy.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 1006 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Gulick. Motion made, seconded for approval. Consistent with staff recommendation. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I really appreciate that we actually have a process for zone change for this, because I can tell you that in Ward 3, there are people creating units who are not coming forward and telling us who are not going to keep their renters safe because we are not going to know it exists. And so probably the reason why they came forward is because of financing or something of that nature. But there are lots of units all across this city that are not on our radar at all. And as we saw in unfortunate flooding in New York City, bad things happen when we don't know where people are because we can't help to keep them safe. So I am all in favor of zone changes where we have actually have a public record or know that this exists and we can help to keep these people safe and have them in healthy circumstances. So that's why I'll support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion? Is there any further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, so we'll proceed to a vote if there is no further discussion. Okay, the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. Item number 5, if voting in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
If voting in opposition, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes item number 5. Denise, would you read item number 6?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1007. A zone change on 51 parcels in the Emma Jean Heights subdivision located off Bitterroot Drive. Chamberlain Construction, Belton Associates, Rodney and Mary Giesler, Jerry and Sandra Stoltenberg, Livelin LLC, Brent and Krista Monte, Kenneth and Denise Roush, Green Cheese LLC, all owners. Charlie Felton and Carrie Martinson are the agents. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presentation again is by Karen. So back to you, Karen. It looks like we might have lost our computer. So bear with us while we hit it. Power. Or swap out for another one or something.
Microsoft has decided they need to update things tonight.
Oh, mine did too.
Yes.
This is it was actually the city.
So the computer is going through an update, is that right?
Mine is right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine did earlier.
So
I was just going to
bear
actually
with
make
us.
a phone call or an email complaint to the IT department because mine was a forced update while I was
Yeah,
sitting here.
there's no option to like say pause or wait.
Oh.
I didn't have a pause button.
Yeah, mine either.
Yeah.
Nope.
Could you just go ahead anyway?
Or anything. It was a forced update.
Yeah.
Can Ed hear us?
No,
Excuse me?
Can Ed hear us?
he's disconnected, I think.
Good question. I don't think so, but can anybody confirm whether Councilmember Gulick can hear us even if he can't see us and we can't see him?
Yeah.
So Ed, if you're listening to this, City Administrator Kukulski is calling or texting you. And we'll connect with you in just a second, we hope.
And Mayor, we go back to the city council or?
Yes, next week.
Be much roomier there.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we're the only ones who are out.
Okay, all right. So Ed, Gulick, and Denise, if you can hear us, would you give me the thumbs up on your screen? Ed, if you can hear us, okay, you raised your hands. Perfect. Give me your actual thumb.
He says he can hear us, but we can't hear him.
Can you hear us, Ed? If so, just nod your head.
He's got to turn a speaker on his laptop.
Okay, Ed can hear us, so that's good. All right. So, Karen, the question for you is we can now see Ed, or some of us can see Ed, and he can hear and at least hear us. And Ed, you can also see the PowerPoint too, is that correct? Okay, so we're the only ones who don't have that ability.
Okay, well, I'll do the best I can.
If you can, and what are the odds, Kevin or Rachel, of our being able to see the PowerPoint anytime soon? We're just waiting for the update process?
No, this computer's working fine, but it's something with the connection to the projector.
Okay, so if anybody has a computer, you guys can follow along, okay? Sounds like? No, you can't. Councilmember Tricky is able to
I logged in
see.
as a panelist. So you got a link earlier today to log in as a panelist. All right,
let me get to that. Okay, so some of us will at least be able to see the PowerPoint if you have a computer, as actually looks like everybody except for me. Oh, well, no loss.
I'll share.
Yeah, and I can actually share. So Karen, if you can get access to the PowerPoint, then we can all see it. We just won't be able to see the screen here.
You'll have to let me know when it changes because I can't see.
Okay, and we will do that. And if you know, do you know to tell us to change the PowerPoint?
I can change it.
Oh, you can. Okay. All right. Well, then let's not delay any farther or any longer while because we still got plenty ahead of us this evening. So, Karen, if you would begin.
So zone change 1007 is a zone change for the Imogene Heights subdivision. And the parcels, if you can see them on the screen, the outlined in orange are the parcels included in the zone change request. Requesting to go from the N2 zone to the N3 zone.
It'd help her. It's on this computer over here, if that would help.
Community 7 doesn't have a presentation.
Should I change?
I'm sorry, what's that? Community 7 doesn't have a presentation.
Yeah, she heard.
Okay, Community 7 can.
Yeah, it's just not me.
Okay, although we have the ability to see the PowerPoint, apparently Community 7 does not.
Okay.
Because they can't pick up on this. So we apologize about that for anybody who might be watching on Community 7 television. This PowerPoint will be available for anybody who would like to see it, who might be watching on Community 7. Just request that. Send us an email.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Sound great.
Okay, so the aerial view of the subdivision, you can see it's partially developed. And I'm just going to go through the photos really quick. This is at Columbine Drive and Anchor. I tried to take photos from the center of the subdivision. This is looking south. And this is looking east on Anchor. And this is looking west. And to the north, and this is on Columbine Drive. Again, I just wanted to review with you the residential, the reason that this came before you. Prior to RICO, the properties were zoned residential 7,000 throughout the Imogene subdivision. And the residential 7,000 allowed for single-family and two-family dwellings. The N2 and the N3 zone districts are very similar. The N2 allows for single-family and two-family dwellings. So in an effort to give the property owners the same allowances they had in the residential 7,000, the undeveloped parcels were given the N2 designation to allow that single-family and two-family dwelling use. So this was necessary to preserve the property rights, allowing the property owners the same rights that they had with the residential 7,000 district. So, and although the N2 and N3 have subtle differences, they're both still compatible with the subdivision and the surrounding districts and neighborhoods. And the zoning commission is recommending approval based on the criteria for review. It does meet the criteria for the growth policy, and again, it is compatible with the adjacent neighbors. That concludes my presentation. If you have questions.
Thank you very much, Karen. We'll get questions for Karen, and I don't know if the applicant has any comments. We'll welcome comments from the applicant after there are questions to Karen, if that's the desire. Questions for Karen? Councilmember Neese?
Sorry, I may have missed it in the presentation because I was getting it online, but if I understand this correctly, this was, Karen, Karen?
Excuse me?
Yeah, this change is being requested because of the recode zone change where the developer, did they not know about the zone change that was happening to their property, or did I understand that correctly? They just didn't know about it and suddenly they went to build something and their plans got denied, or?
No, the reason that this came up for the zone change was because the developer has a set of plans that he wanted to use, and they weren't compatible with the N2. So.
Were they compatible with the R7000 prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. And so when he was being notified, it was being changed to N2, whereas that didn't come up in conversation that his plans wouldn't be able to work with that zoning?
Actually, I believe it came through when the building plans were submitted again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Karen? Councilmember Ripsis?
During the zoning commission meeting, there was a citizen that stood up and said she was going through the rezoning process on her own house because if her house were to burn down, she wouldn't be able to rebuild it because she was in an N2 and it would have to be N3 or something. There were some non-conforming issues there. And she said there were some insurance implications, and I might have not have been following her argument completely, but is that something people should be concerned about?
Actually, if you're referring to Ms. Levy's property, we've already corresponded with her. Her property is not out of compliance. It's not a part of this application. So I think we should continue with the process on the properties that are within that. If she would like to apply for a zone change, she can, but she doesn't really have to.
So if somebody is in, say, an N2 and their house doesn't meet current N2 standards, they're not going to get penalized by their insurance company or anything if there's a disaster. That seemed to be what she was implying.
I don't have any evidence of that. I do know that Recode has a lot of different mechanisms in place for existing properties. Her house was built before Recode, and there are allowances for any kind of nonconformities that will allow her to remain as it is, even if something happened to the property.
Okay, further questions for Karen? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Karen, do you know if any of the applicants wanted to address the council?
I do believe our applicant is in the audience if you wanted to speak.
Feel free.
My name is Charles Felton. I'm building the subdivision. I'm a developer and a contractor. I'd like to introduce city council, engineering, planning, zoning are all here.
And Mr. Feldman, that microphone is not very sensitive, so we always have to tell people to try to talk right into it. There you go. Thank you.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Anyway, I see there's a lot of members of the city staff. Anyway, I've had a few issues with the city here recently. This one here is, I don't understand why we changed the zoning or anything, but I've been told to stick to my script. And John Felton is not related to me. That's what I'm talking about. I've been asked that about 1,000 times, so. I appreciate the time to be in front of the city council today and address a request for rezoning and fourth filing the Imogene Heights subdivision. This has been a lengthy process to rezone the 51 parcels of land. Quite a few, so we know and understand that. To match the zoning of the first through third filings of the subdivision with the N3 designation. This is a well-established subdivision. It's not new, been around for a while. can understand how I got to N2. Not all of the affected properties belong to me, but also belong to builders and new property owners hoping to build their home, and all parties involved have faced significant hardship, to include several months of lost building time for the affected builders and individual lot purchasers being displaced from having a home for their family with the sale of their prior property. They sold the home and they didn't have any place, couldn't get their house plan through or anything, so they're living with the relatives right now. Anyway, it's created a lot of hardship for a lot of people. So we just changed something, and my plans, my drawings were down in planning when they did this. They were sitting in there, in their office, never told me to change the zoning on my property. I'm very happy. I have personally lost the opportunity to sell lots in the subdivision since the change came to light in late November. Actually, it was in October. After several new building permits in the fourth filing had been approved as N3s built with N2 zoning. So in other words, they changed the zoning, continue to approve the houses going through there. So there was many homes built with the N3 concept, but we changed the zoning to N2, so they started denying the builders to build homes. That's how I found out about it, my builders. Anyway, I better stick with the script. Anyway, this has also impacted current residents of the subdivision with a concern of facing decreased value for their existing homes due to the downward zoning and the inability to build homes consistent with the features of the existing N3 homes. I heard it referenced that there's not much difference between the N2 and the N3. That's a fallacy. There's a considerable difference. It doesn't take a rocket scientist here. My point is that this has created hardship for a large number of people. I've lost 14 lot sales so far with the little things I've had going on with the city. Say you don't have any, you don't have a housing shortage, maybe I could help with that if you'd allow me to sell lots someday. Okay? Well, I'm appreciative that the change requested has received a suggested approval from the planning department, receiving unanimous approval from the zoning commission at the February 1st meeting, and has had no public opposition. It would be my strong desire that the city council will expedite the final approval needed to grant the zone change requests so that all the affected parties can move forward in a positive direction. We all got lives too. We're all working for other people and displaced people. There's other people that don't even know in the subdivision right now because their zoning's been changed and they don't know how to address it. They don't know how to address it with their insurance companies, other things, just like they were just saying. What you've done is create a lot of hardship for a lot of people in this community, everywhere. And I see there's a lot of zoning changes here, supposed to the docket. So, anyway, and I don't know, the subdivision started a long time ago, and there's been plenty of opportunity for the city to work with me, and we haven't. City council has voted down, I've tried to get my storm line down to my property. I paid for it in 2008, and it's still not there. You guys voted it back twice, put it back. I want you guys to work with me so I can get it done with my subdivision. So I go home, okay? I'm 68 years old. I'd like to retire someday. So that's the end of it. I got off script a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard from staff and Mr. Felton. This is a public hearing, so, okay, well, why don't we go ahead and open the public hearing. I'm sorry, you an owner?
One of the lots, yeah.
One of the lots, okay.
I had a question.
Uh,
We haven't opened public hearing yet. We haven't done public hearing yet, right?
We have not had our public hearing.
Yeah, he was just the owner.
He's the owner. He's doing that presentation, right?
Right.
I have a question for you.
Okay. Mr. Felton, I think we've got a question for you.
All right.
Yeah, why don't you go back? That way we can hear you. Councilmember Dees?
Thank you. Mr. Felton, I understand you said you found out about it from your contractors, is that correct, or your architect
Yes, sir.
somehow? When did you put your plans into the planning department for approval? How long ago was that?
A preliminary plat was, I don't know, a year and a half ago or so.
I'm sorry, but the recent buildings that you want.
The other plat, when I went to do my final plat, I was held up for 8 months on part of it. I'm not talking about it. We're talking about
So sometime in 2021?
Yeah, anyway, I had my plans down at the planning department, and we were under review for final plat, and that took about, from preliminary plat to final plat, took about 8.5 months. And there, I don't know, I look at your timetable, it says you got, I don't know, roughly 60 days. So there wasn't anything about it that came anywhere near 60 days.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Felton. So the question is, when did you present your plan to the planning department?
Yeah.
Do you remember about when?
It was in.
Building
I believe it's in
Building
February.
permit. Okay, be building permit. When did you submit your building permit plans?
I didn't submit a building permit, one of the builders did.
Do you know when
And
that
I don't know,
was?
Bo would be one. There was quite a few that submitted. There's been several houses that got built. I don't know when was it Rouse? Kenny Rouse? He was the first one that got rejected. That's when we found out about it.
Do you know, was that last year?
No, well, yeah, last year.
Okay, all right, that's all they need to know. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate
And
it.
then I don't know, it took a long time to get it all done, like 92 days. So,
Okay.
And I have a follow-up question for Karen on that.
Okay, let's.
I don't know if it's Karen or it's the building department.
Let's go ahead and hear from any of the applicants, and then we'll come back with questions. Sir, any other of the applicants who wanted to make a comment? Are you an applicant?
I'm Green Jeans.
For the zone change? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, my name is William Thompson. I'm with Green Jeans. I'm at 365 Stewart Court South. I first started building in Emma about 10 years ago, and we've built, some similar floor plans and styles of houses throughout this time. I actually have 2 homes in the fourth filing that would not satisfy the N2 criteria. They're N3 style houses. I put my application in last fall. I don't remember exactly. Those 2 houses are under construction. There's also another one that's under construction with a similar style. The biggest difference is on N2, the whole front facade of the house has to be within the front building zone. So you have a flat front of the house. Most of the houses in this subdivision, the garage sticks out farther. It's a different style of house. And so I want to thank the staff for recommending that we change this. I want to thank the zoning commission for also recommending that we change this. It would keep the similar style of houses in the subdivision.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, if there are questions for staff, and then we'll open up for a public hearing if there's anybody else who has a comment. But you got a question,
We have
Councilmember?
a question for staff. I don't know if it's Wyatt or Nicole.
Please.
Nicole's not here, so I guess it's Nicole. I guess you're there.
One of you.
So Wyatt, I know we had when the recode was done, and this has always been a sore subject for me with this right side zoning, but when the recode was done, we had a 1-year policy that the administrative could change these codes when they come forward. And I'm wondering why this didn't fall under the administration rules if it looks like the building request has already come in during that at 1-year period, which ended, I think, December 20 something or 15, 10, something like that. So can you explain why something like this would have to come to us today through a whole zone change and delay their building process instead of being done through the administrative process that was supposed to take care of that, very quickly?
So Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, there wasn't, I'm not sure when you're talking about a 1-year timeframe. What happened was during the process of recode as it was coming up to be finally approved, a year ago, January, February. We were, at that time, the map was getting updated and amended, and we were dealing with clarifications and corrections that we were getting, whether it was from property owners or staff. We had, 65,000 properties that the GIS department was also making sure was fitting in with the zoning. So during that time, there were adjustments and corrections before you took final action. Since right around after you took final action, we also had a few additional corrections where it was literally miszoned from what it was supposed to be. It wasn't, and this is really, I know this is complicated, or seems to be complicated, is there's a difference between a property that was incorrectly, literally had a zoning, and it should, like in this case, this zoning needed to go from R7 to N2, because there is no way that the city was going to take away the ability for property owners to build 2 units on their property from going from the old zoning to the new zoning. So there was no way that R7, the N2 was the closest match. So we had other properties where we had to make sure that they were correctly zoned based on errors that were made during that GIS process. But that's different than someone coming in saying, I would like to zone change, I want to do an auto repair shop now instead of something else, and I need to change the zoning. That's not a correction. We don't do those administratively. Those have to come through the city for a process to make those decisions. So that's the difference. So there hasn't been, in December, we aren't still making corrections or changes. That's over. That was over last year. And now we're dealing with actual, if someone wants to change their zoning, then we have to go, then there's a zone change process. We have to look at that and go through this. This property, good, bad, or otherwise, to make sure that they still have the property, the allowances for their private property on this property, they had to go from the 2-unit, we had to go from the R7 to the N2. If we'd gone to N3, it would have said you can only do single family. That would not have been aligning with what they were allowed to do prior. So that's the issue here. And then as a couple of the applicants and one of the builders here mentioned, there are some slight differences in form and design requirements between N2 and N3. And so,
Wyeth, I apologize for interrupting. We have lost one of the council members, and so we need to delay to get a full group back if we can. So I apologize for the delay. Microsoft is telling it wants to.
I can still see him here.
Can he still see us and hear us? I think he can still hear us and see
Okay,
us.
let's, we're going to make sure that we can still see you, Councilmember Gulick. Yes, we can see your smiley face. Give me the thumbs up if you can hear us okay.
Ed, you're on mute.
Ed, we can't hear you.
Councilmember Gulick, we cannot hear you. Can you hear us? Councilmember Gulick, can you hear us?
Ed, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm sorry. No, I can, yes.
Okay, all right, very good. We can.
Sorry that I can't see you anymore. We no longer get to see all presentation.
I'm hearing you through one of our computers, but not through.
See us or the presentation. You cannot see us or the presentation, so you can hear us.
We're 26% updates, so it might take us a few more minutes. There's no way to get, but Ed, you can hear me okay, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and Wyeth, would you please say something to see if Councilmember Gulick can hear you?
Test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Use the other microphone.
Well, I think he, yeah, go ahead, if that helps. I think he could hear Wyeth. Give us another.
Test.
Still good?
I can hear them much more clearly.
Okay, all right. So we have communication with Ed. We don't have your PowerPoint, but I don't think we need that. So
No, and
yeah. And so the question you were just if you can wrap up. You were talking a little bit about this history.
Yeah, I think I got hopefully I clarified the question that Councilmember Neese had. The other point was just this property, making sure that
the previous rights that the property had in the R7 were carried over to the N2. And so there are some slight form differences from N2 to N3, and these, now the builders and the property owner don't want to do any multifamily anymore. They want to do single family only, and they want to do single family that's with different form than what the N2 requires. So that's where we are.
All right, thank you. Councilor Manise, you had something else?
To follow up. And yes, I think that helps to explain. Thank you very much. But I got that from the transition period. Was from the memo that talked about how this property is coming to us because it was past the transition period. So what you're saying is it didn't fit the transition process anyway. So it wouldn't have, regardless of the transition period was still there even today, we would still be hearing a zone change.
Correct, Councilmember Neese, based on that the R7 from before.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to a public hearing unless you guys, Councilmember Boyette, Councilor Parrington, you've got some other factual questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Wyatt, do you know of any other developers are having the same issue? Should we expect any more of these?
Councilmember Boyette, Mayor and Council, I'm not aware of any others that are having this kind of issue at this scale. We work with a lot of different builders on one-off situations, but nothing that's come up like this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Parrington?
A couple of questions, Wyeth, and I think you can probably answer these. It was my understanding that he did have some single-family dwellings in that neighborhood before the recode. So whenever you said that the only option was N2, was that just because they had duplexes already? Because if he went to an N3, if he didn't have that option, I guess, I mean, to say the only option he had was an N2, but he already had some single-family dwellings.
Correct. Yeah. So what happened was there were existing properties, and this kind of goes to this person who we also heard from, who's not part of this zone change. But there are existing properties that already had houses built on them before, and they were single-family houses on those lots. Those were N3. Those were changed to N3 because that's what they're done. They're going to be single-family only. But there was a lot of vacant parcels, as Mr. Felton mentioned. He still has lots that have not been finished. Those could be one or two family based on what they had in place before. So that's where you see the N2.
So follow up.
And I think what the point is that we couldn't deprive them of the opportunity to put in a duplex.
Right.
Even if they had chosen not to on some other properties. But Councilmember Parrington, something else?
Well, just the other question, and I know, Nicole, I don't know if you want to answer this, if Wyeth can, but I remember whenever we went through this last review of recode, that there was on that chart of items that you were still discovering whether or not to do build to zone. And I don't have that before me, but you brought that to, part of that was the conversation. So with the different style that, with the N3, I don't know that that's going to play into this with the style, because he said the garages came up further. Now that may have been the duplexes.
So I think what you're talking about, and Nicole's can correct me, but I think we are looking at the block. There's some block face averaging where there's the build to area, and it's looking at when a building is coming into an existing area, and what does it look like to make it fit in better with the neighborhood. So we are looking at that. There is between N3 and N2, there are some frontage and build to requirements that are different, and that's part of what this issue was. There was, the decision, a building decision can be made to either modify a design or redesign to build to N2, or to say, no, you keep using this design, and the only way I can do that then is to go to N3. I mean, that is a decision that can be made, builders can make, but then you have to change the zoning instead of just modifying your design to N2. So that's one of the things that came up in this situation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, let's go to a public hearing on this item. If there's other people present with us or online who would like to be heard on item number 6, this is your opportunity. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. Go ahead. And do we care which microphone? I guess the far one, there you go. And just speak into that microphone as closely as possible.
So I'm Carrie Martinson. I'm speaking in the public comment. I'm also an agent on the application. And my address is 3212 John Rhodes Court here in Billings.
And maybe you could point that down a little bit. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
I wanted to speak to a couple of things, specifically this application, and bring to everybody's attention what has really been the largest part of this problem. And I would tell you that to an extent, the contention and the aggravation that we've been in this position in the first place, applying for a zoning change. I could see in the PowerPoint presentations, everybody had a map that looked similar to this, and everything that's marked on there is in yellow, is a current and existing N3 property. The plat for the fourth filing was sitting with the city's planning department waiting on final approval. So I'm also the realtor for this subdivision, and I would say that because none of the properties have been assigned a tax ID number, there's not necessarily a record. And I've heard from several people at the city, well, you could have been looking on our project recode and seen that this zoning change was made. And while I agree with that, I would also say, in fairness to Mr. Felton, the developer, and all of the builders that have been impacted, that if they had the plans and they had chosen to make this zoning change in an existing subdivision, and there's 51 lots involved, then it seems to me that it would have been somewhat prudent for them to reach out to Mr. Felton and have the conversation. Because the lots aren't different, the builds aren't different, and what this really did, it is caused a very, very large amount of hardship to a very large number of people. And I would also say, and this isn't specifically a criticism of the planning department, because I do understand that once we were where we were, this was the only option on the table. But I also feel like it shouldn't have been the only option on the table. And as Councilman Neese mentioned, even though he was mistaken, he thought that there was a year to make corrections to something. And I guess I would say that it would be my advice that taking on a project this big in the future, that there would be some allowance there to make what the planning department would deem was a mistake. Because in my honest opinion, it was a mistake. I know that everybody's saying now that, oh, well, we weren't going to take away property rights. Well, there's a very, very, very minimal number of multifamily units in this entire subdivision. If anybody looking at this map can see that it is, the vast majority of it is current N3 building. And then I would also say to Charlie's defense on this, when you know that your plans are sitting with the city and you're waiting for everything to come back and the zoning is going on, also when you look at the map and you see that it changes from yellow to green, in the middle of a street with no other changes to lot size, no other change of anything. And then if you also look on the map and see on what's labeled Jean Avenue, that you see all of the yellow squares, those are current existing homes. So I don't think anybody would think that it was a reasonable expectation that the exact same lots that back the property lines are now zoned in an entirely different zoning with no communication having been shared of that change.
Okay, Ms. Bortson, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Any other public comment on this item? Any other public comment on this item? Excuse me?
I'm a homeowner in that subdivision.
Sure,
Can I
if you
speak?
haven't been heard, go ahead.
Hello, I've never been to a meeting like this before. My name is Tina Rickman. I live at 1405 Jean Avenue. I am one of those homeowners that's affected by this. Behind me, there is dots with green and that's been rezoned. It needs to come back to N3 to keep the integrity of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Any other public comment? And do we have any public comment online? Kevin? Getting the no, so it doesn't look like there's any other, so we'll close our public hearing on item number 6. Back to council. Is there a motion on this item? Councilmember Neese.
Oh, I have my motion here somewhere. Okay, having conducted a public hearing, consider written and spoken testimony, I move to approve zone change 1007 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria recommended by the zoning commission.
Lots of seconds. It's Councilmember Owen's word, so we'll give it Councilmember Owen. Motion made. Councilmember Denise, you wanted to
I do have
speak
one
to your
more
motion. question
that one of the public testimonies brought up. Wyatt, do you mind if I ask you another question about that? They mentioned that they put forward a zone or a plot map. You know, they put their subdivision map, right? And it was approved, and they've got all their lots laid out and stuff like that. But during this recode process, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm afraid we may hear more of these. Because during the recode process, I think we asked some of the questions about if a developer already has their plot map done and it's approved, then they wouldn't have to come back for zone changes later on because it's already been approved under that condition, and they can continue to build those lots within those areas. Now, maybe it's a difference between a preliminary and a final and stuff like that. So could you kind of speak to the fact that will we see more of these changes? Could we potentially see more of these changes, even though they haven't fully developed out their lot, but their subdivision lots been kind of master planned and approved already?
Mr. Mayor, is this relevant to the zone change, or should this be brought up as an initiative in order to fix the process?
I can withhold my question until.
I think it is a proper point of order and at 9:20, and we've still got a major item here, so if we can put it off, that would be great. Wyatt, that's okay, but if you could have an offline comment on this and on the future, certainly we're appropriate. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. If the motion is for approval, if in favor of approval, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 6 is approved. Thank you very much. Bring us to item number 7. Denise, would you read item number 7?
Okay, you bet, Mayor. Let's see. Oops. This is going to be a joint public hearing for annexation 2202 and zone change 1009. And give me a minute here so I can actually sign. There it is. So this is going to be for 7AI. Is that correct? Resolution for annexation 2202, a parcel located in Zimmerman Home Place subdivision. Highlands CHP Subdivision LLC et al. Is the petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendations.
All right. I would say good evening, but it's actually good night. So, good night, Mayor and Council. Before you have a petition.
Excuse me, Monica, just 1 second. Councilor Rupes.
It's a joint hearing of A1 and 2?
It is.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Denise, did you just read item A little I?
I did A little I, and would you like me to read
Yeah,
A
why don't you
little
read
I?
A7, A little 2, and then we'll have we can have a joint presentation on both items together, and then we'll have our joint hearing. So yeah, we should
Okay.
definitely read double little I. Go ahead, Denise.
Okay, sure. So we will also be hearing public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1009, a zone change for a 36.66 acre parcel located south of Colton Boulevard, south of Zimmerman Trail. Highlands ZHP Subdivision LLC et al. Are the owners. Performance Engineering is the agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission's recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. Monica, back to you. And Monica, in your presentation, if you just comment, because it wasn't always clear to me in the staff report, but the annexation deals with about 57-ish acres, if I remember right, and the zoning application deals with about 36 acres.
Stealing my thunder.
And why that distinction? Go ahead.
Okay, so let's just hop right in. No, Kevin, could you advance the slide?
Nothing's gonna work tonight.
So while Kevin figures that out, I'll just go ahead and let you know that we do have several items tonight that are all interconnected and interrelated. So anytime that Nicole and I come before you for a planned neighborhood development and annexation, there are other things that are associated that are kind of on the peripheral. So we also have a development agreement and we also have a ward ordinance boundary. For presentations related to all of item 7, you're only going to get this joint presentation in regards to the annexation and the zone change. The development agreement does not have a presentation. Debbie is here for questions if those come up. Further, I do not have a separate presentation on the ward boundary ordinance, but I just want to let you know that this is in Ward 4. So, assuming that there are no questions, because you guys are all pros at these joint hearings, I'm going to continue to move forward and highlight, actually, now we're on to the next slide, Kevin. Highlight just a couple of things about planned neighborhood developments. So planned neighborhood developments, as you know, were incorporated with Project Recode for developments that are coming into the city that do not have a zone recognized by the city. They're required to do a planned neighborhood development on anything that's over 10 acres. These are designed to be concurrent with annexations, and they do allow phasing. There's no phasing involved with this development tonight. Some of the benefits just to keep in mind about planned neighborhood developments is it really does provide predictability, puts you all in the driving seat of looking at districts and not having the county make zoning decisions for you, creates planability, and then control for the city. So next slide. To the mayor's point, just want to talk about the annexation versus the zone change. As you can see, the first image is the exhibit to the annexation resolution. It includes the area, it would be to the east. This parcel is already zoned neighborhood office, so it does not require a zone change. This parcel is a part of the annexation, but is not a part of your zone change consideration. Next slide. Could go back. Or not. We'll stick with this one. Yeah, so this kind of just further illustrates. I want to show you the limits of annexation map. That's what you're looking at with the first image. The 3 different stars are basically just showing the orange ones being the zone change, the blue one being the area that's part of the annexation that is not part of the zone change. So our limits of annexation map does contemplate this area coming in. And moving on to the next slide, you can see an aerial of the property. I'm sure everyone is familiar with this area. The Zimmerman Home Place subdivision was created several years ago in the county, always contemplating that this would be in the city. There is absolutely no reason to want to prevent development of these parcels coming into the city and developing accordingly. So this is where the duo takes place and Nicole takes over from here.
Okay, so this property already has zoning in place. It was done by the county in 2016. And as Monica mentioned, it was always intended that these parcels would be annexed to the city and developed at city urban standards. They didn't have to do a planned neighborhood development zone change when they brought this in through the annexation, but these developers chose to do that because they wanted to adjust the boundaries of the existing zoning for the public 1, which is now all concentrated down at the bottom of block 2, lot 1, and the N3 zoning that was in place on the north end of block 2 and on the north end of block 1 was not in keeping with their development plans, so they wanted to adjust those boundaries as well. So that's the idea here. So they could have just annexed the property and kept the same zoning. We wouldn't have had a zone change process at all. Next slide, please. So the existing zoning is shown on the upper left, and the proposed zoning is shown on the lower right. So you'll see that they're proposing that there be no N3 zoning in those 2 blocks, that the N3 zoning on the block 2, which is a center block there, be changed to N2 or neighborhood 2. They would like to rear load those garages so they don't create a lot of driveways that cross the multi-use path, but they intend to build on the south or complete on the south side of Colton Boulevard. In addition, they don't believe that the N3 zoning in Block 1, Lot 1, which is the west parcel, is appropriate given the ditch that runs through the north end of that property. So they'd like to change that, at least the northern piece of it, to Public 1 zoning, open space. They would hold it in private hands and maintain it as part of their public open space for the property. Not that it's intended for active recreation, but there will be the multi-use path on that side of Colton Boulevard. So a nice piece of open space around that is helpful. And then the NX1 zoning would replace the remainder of the N3 zoning on Lot 1, Block 1, south of that ditch area. You will see the zoning plan shows a street layout for that Block 2, Lot 1, the center parcel, which is where they will begin their development of the property. And so you have a lot of detail on that, as well as showing the P1 interspersed within that development of the NX2. Or is that NX3? Is NX3, I'm sorry. They use different colors, so I have to go from one color scheme to the next. So the NX3 zoning, they're concentrating on that. So they're showing you a street layout there, whereas on the west parcel, they're not showing you a street layout yet. But in the future, when a subdivision or master site plan comes through, we would make sure that those P&D requirements for block faces and block perimeters are all observed and complied with for future development on that parcel. Next slide, please. So existing zoning, they're replacing the N3, which only allows single-family zoning, with the N2, which allows 1 or 2 family development. It is also more of a form-based zone as opposed to an N3, which is a suburban residential zone, which has minimums but not maximums for many of the setbacks. So for example, in the N2, you have the build 2 zone area, which is 10 to 20 feet behind the front property line. In the N3, you just have a minimum 20, and then you could go 100 feet back from the street front if you wanted to, but that's the N3 versus the N2. So each one of the existing and proposed zone districts has allowances for 1 to 2 family for N2, 1 to 4 for NX1, 5 or more for the NX3. Both the NX1 and the NX3 already exist on the property. They're just being adjusted. So rental or owner occupancy of dwellings is allowed. The N2 has a maximum height of 1.5 stories or 27 feet, unless you're a 2-unit structure, and then you can go to a full 2 stories in the N2 zone. NX1 is 2.5 stories, but also 27 feet maximum. Then the NX3 is 4 stories for stacked units or multiple units in a building, or side-by-side units is 3 stories. Next slide. And just continuing on with the traffic theme, the surrounding streets are Zimmerman Trail and Grand Avenue are both arterial streets. There is no traffic count that I could find between Grand Avenue and Poly Drive on Zimmerman Trail. There's just a traffic count at Poly and Zimmerman of about 5,000 vehicle trips per day. But Grand Avenue obviously is a big arterial. We count the traffic there all the time. and that's about 20,000 vehicle trips per day near this location. So Colton Boulevard is a collector street and is shown in the dashed purple line there. And where was the other place? 38th Street West, which is not connecting to this development, and it can't. It's discontinuous there at the ditch, is also a collector street. Next slide. So this is the subject property from Colton Boulevard looking south across the 3 parcels. Next. And then this is looking west along Colton Boulevard. You can see some of the townhomes that are built there on the north side of Colton. Next. Then looking north across Colton Boulevard at Avalon Road. This is one of the major intersections of north-south streets with Colton Boulevard. So you can see the single-family neighborhood headed north. And there's northeast. Next slide. And then looking east on Colton Boulevard to the intersection with Zimmerman Trail. So this half of Colton Boulevard will be developed as part of this development. If you go all the way down to Grand, where Green Valley Drive intersects Grand Avenue, you can see the subject property in the background. Right now, it's just a big agricultural field. Next slide. And then, of course, the Town Pump, new development there at Grand and Zimmerman Trail. And this is just an adjacent driveway that connects to Green Valley Drive. Next slide. And then if you're on Zimmerman Trail looking north and west, you can see Colton Boulevard in the background and where this development would be located. This frontage property on Zimmerman is not having a zone change. It's staying NO.
All right. So as far as the annexation is concerned, the staff report that you've been provided does consult all of the different staff departments and ask for their feedback. As I stated earlier, this development has been anticipated to come in the city for a very long time. There were no concerns that were raised with staff departments. This is very much internal to the city. Services, transit, utilities, everything is all in the vicinity. So this is one of your just really straightforward applications when it comes to annexation and measuring it against the annexation policy criteria. So with that, the city has been able to make the conclusion that it is able to adequately provide services to the property. Also, any proposed improvements within the area will meet city standards. There is a development agreement tonight. As you just saw some pictures of Colton Boulevard, you noticed that there wasn't any sidewalk on the south side. The development agreement does touch on the construction requirements of the south half of Colton Boulevard, along with a multi-use trail, as well as the requirements for specifically the water and sewer, as well as other sidewalk construction improvements that are also required along Green Valley Drive and Avenue E. So there is a development agreement that we are recommending as a condition of approval of this annexation. Also, the property owners would be required to sign a waiver of right to protest future SIDs. That is part of the development agreement, and also that any proposed development of the site will be done in compliance with the zoning and site development regulations. So prior to the issuance of any sort of building permit, the developments would be reviewed for compliance with the zoning requirements. So staff does feel that the criteria for annexations have clearly been met. Just to save time, and because you've done this a few times tonight, here are the 10 criteria for the zone change. You have been provided with a zoning recommendation of a 3-0 vote for approval. The zoning commission has provided findings for each of the 10 criteria, and those are provided in your staff report. basically says the same thing. So we'll just go, just reminding you, you do need to hold a joint public hearing. You will need to take 2 separate actions, one on the zone change, one on the annexation, and then the development agreement and ward boundary hearing will follow. So those will be handled separately, but 2 different actions are required. So that concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Monica. Council will open up for questions. Given the late hour, I'm going to limit our questions to 1 topic per council member until everybody's had a chance to ask questions. Are there any questions for Monica or for Nicole? Council member Boyette, and we haven't heard from the developer. Was there a request for that?
The developers are here.
I'm sorry, we have?
Yeah, no.
No, we have not, but is there a request from the developer to be heard? Do we know?
Do we need a request, or can they just get up and say?
They can just stand up. I just don't know if that's what they wanted to do. Why don't you go ahead, and if you want to be heard, go ahead and do that before we start with questions. Please tell us your name and introduce yourself, though.
Preston Lees, we've heard, I think, pretty much all we need to hear about it. We've been developing in the area. My grandpa moved here to Roundup. They started Roundup, they moved here when I was young, and we've been developing and building for 3 generations now. So we're proud to be part of this property. We've been talking to the Zimmermans for a long time about it. Are excited to get building there. Our primary purpose in the zone change, I think, was discussed at length and really well by Monica and Nicole. So thank you. Really, safety as we're looking at crossing that multi-use trail. We really don't want driveways all lined up along Colton crossing that. It's, in our opinion, a safety hazard backing cars across that where kids can be biking or walking. So we want to access from the apartment side, and that means we need to push those units forward a little bit, and that's what we need to get into. So change there. Other than that, we wanted more parks, so we've increased the park area and spread those out through the community so that the tenants can utilize those, as well as surrounding people in the north of the communities, different communities, to come down and have access to playground equipment, basketball courts. I think that's it. So thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, council, any questions for Preston or staff? Any questions? Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. In the current zoning, there's single family along the north side of the property. And now you're going to get rid of the single family and go to N2 across that northern part.
That was the request of the developer. N2 also allows single family. It doesn't require you to build a 2-unit.
But that's what they would build, obviously.
They could do either.
Yeah, but
that's the point.
That's the whole point, I guess.
Okay, was there a question there? You're just making your comment, Councilmember Boyette.
Yeah, I mean, why would I, the city council, want them to build duplexes instead of single family?
Nicole, if you want to go ahead and comment, sure. I mean, it's.
You have the zoning commission findings about all of the criteria. One of those has to do with, it doesn't meet the growth policy. Is it compatible with the existing neighborhood and development? And the findings were positive in that regard. If you believe that those findings are incorrect, you could make a different finding.
The only comment that I would add to that is Councilmember Boyette, your comment basically suggests that N2s are not compatible with N3s. A 1 and 2 family home is compatible, in planning's opinion, with a single family home. Compatibility doesn't mean that development is identical. Compatibility means that you have people who are able to live in neighborhoods, 1 or 2 family, attached. While it seems like double the amount of housing, it's truly that you don't have to be identical to be compatible. And that is a finding that staff is going to continue to make, because that is really like foundations of planning and foundations of urban growth and foundations. There's a street that separates it here. So it's not like we've backed up and put adjacent, backyards of one development that would be incompatible. So I hope that maybe we can further discuss in the future. I know you guys have shared a lot of concerns tonight about zoning and what should be next to one another, but identical is not at all what our code tries to achieve.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington, other questions before we go to a public hearing?
I do. I actually have two questions, which comes to that, Monica, what you were stating and what Councilmember Boyette's concern was, is that we just said that. You said, well, really, there's not that much difference between N2 and N3s, but yet, we just went through that with Imogene Heights, that there is a difference. And that was the whole process of making that zone change from an N2 to an N3. So, I understand that, but I also don't understand it, because what's happening is that with all of the protests and the neighborhood issues that came about, their concern is that this was the original plan that I think was an agreement with the Zimmermans. And so now they're going, wait a minute, now you're changing your plan. So I think that's the frustration that we have, or I have.
And Councilmember Purington, I'm just going to ask you, do you have a question?
Yeah, it's the question of how do we make that decision? And whenever you talk about the zoning commission and what they, recommended, is that I don't understand how we're supposed to determine based on what their determination was. How do we make the determination that, yeah, we approved this zone change because the zoning commission approved it? It has to be based on criteria that we get, and that's part of the process thing that we're talking about.
Okay, Monica, if you can do your best to answer that short and sweet.
I guess to put it succinctly, there are 10 criteria there, and the findings that are presented by staff and the zoning commission are nothing that is so overly technical that you could not amend in some way. If you disagree with us that finding number 10, that it's not the most compatible use, you need to state that in your motion or in your discussion when you deny an application. So, there needs to be thoughtfulness on the council's part of what parts of these criteria, are you not in agreement with? And I'll just do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other factual questions for our presenters before we go to a public hearing? Councilmember Neese, thank you.
Must be in your blind spot.
Yeah, it is.
Jennifer, thank you, and I think you're right. We have to. Monica, sorry. You're Jennifer. Yeah. Monica.
It's late.
You've had to correct me more than once on that.
I have. I'm going to take it personally sometimes.
No, that's just me with names. So, Monica, thank you, and I think you're right. We, as the council, decide if we don't like something, we have to let you know as a staff, and we vote no, or we vote to delay, or we make a change. We can't, like you say, like I think I told, we can't amend it, but we can always send the signal that why we disagree with it and vote no. And so I do have a question for it, because the applicant said something about, and because this kind of, when I heard this, I said, that sounds good. He wants safety along the trail, no driveways along Colton. And I thought, that sounds reasonable. That helps me with the barrier between N3 and NX2, because there's going to be no entrance. But for under the annexation, it's not a big deal. But for the zone change, even though he states that, for a zone change, we can't condition it for that. And so he can choose to put driveways all along Colton after we approve of that. Is that correct?
Correct. So, Councilmember Neese, I want to make the point just because of some of the things that I've observed here tonight. In our earlier zone change, you're asking for concepts and you're asking for more detail. you have the developer here with this application saying, my plan is to do N2 right here and to have rear entry garages. So, I understand that absolutely this property could be rezoned, it could be sold. That's how entitlements work. But I think we do need to appreciate that the developer is here sharing those details with you. And it's really hard to have it both ways. And I think this just highlights the difficulty from some of the concerns you expressed earlier to now.
Well,
okay, Monica, I'm going to just interrupt.
I'm sorry, I would like to follow up on that because I agree with you. I think it's important we listen to developers, but like we heard, we're going to hear another item tonight where we listen to the developer.
Is there a question in there, Mr. Nace?
And we found
that's okay. Direct everything to the mayor, please.
We found that it changed, and then we're going to have to hear that change tonight, which I think in the end will be okay. But and if you don't mind, Mayor, one more question because of
Point of order, Your Honor.
Is this going to can this?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think I specifically said let's hear from everybody. I apologize. I completely forgot about that. So have you addressed your that earlier issue?
It has to do with the fact of backing no driveways to the coast.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
And so we've heard tonight earlier about the problem with mowing along that. Is there going to be the same kind of issue that comes up because there's going to be those property owners that are there are going to have to then mow that parkway on the opposite side of the fence that they can't get to?
The issue, yeah.
Okay, in the N2 zone, there's a build-to area, which is 10 to 20 feet behind the front property line. The front property line for this middle section, for where the N2 is planned, is Colton. So all of those houses, whether they're single family or two family, are going to have front doors and small lawns in front of them. They will not be walled off from Colton Boulevard.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. The important point. And yeah, I said one topic, not necessarily one question. So we stuck to that topic. We appreciate that. Further questions for our presenters before we go to public hearing? Councilmember Boyette, well, you already had yours.
Will there be a traffic?
Anything else, Councilmember Owen?
I have a question for the developers.
Please, go ahead.
I'm looking here at the staff memo, and there's a comment that concerns me that I just wanted to give you a chance to address. It appears there was some back and forth during the zoning commission hearing in which there was an assertion made that if the developers didn't get the zone change to N2, that you would build low-quality single-family homes. Did you address that, please?
Sure. We've never said that. It may have come off that one point. What we did say is we feel like having all architecture on the front of the unit, as Nicole stated, where the front yards are facing Colton still, but we're accessing the garages from the rear. And now we see just architecture on the front. We feel like that's a more attractive approach to building. Whereas if we were to access all on Colton, then all you're going to see is garages with small slivers of the actual architecture. So we personally feel like that's a less attractive way to build. So what we're proposing to do, I think, is going to improve the visibility of people on Colton on the opposite side.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other council members? Any other topic? Don't see anybody, so back to Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you. Is there going to be a traffic study done here as a result of all these apartments coming in?
Absolutely. That was contemplated when the subdivision was originally approved in the county, that when the annexation happened, then the traffic accessibility study or impact study would be done based on actual development. So that will happen. I mean, most of the traffic or street adjacent improvements are already in place. This would just be to refine it to make sure that we captured everything.
Did you follow up on that topic?
I was there and I couldn't get out on Avenue E and turn left because of the traffic, or Colton turning left. I was just wondering, has there been any thought about would there be a stoplight or a roundabout on Zimmerman?
Specific traffic control measures for Colton and Zimmerman, I don't know. But that would be Public Works Director Melling.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor, did you want to comment, Councilor Debbie? No. Councilmember Purington?
So.
But there will be a traffic study.
Along that same vein, because, I don't know, a couple of years, they're gonna have the Innerbelt Loop, and there'll be more traffic coming down Zimmerman, I suppose. But whenever you have a traffic study, does it plan into the future at all? And I don't know, they do plan into the future. Okay.
She's saying yes, it does.
Okay.
It looks at future traffic.
Okay, that was a DZ answer. So the other one in the N2 area, is it going to be set back south of the canal there?
Canal goes under Colton.
I'm sorry,
It does go, actually.
It goes under Colton.
Councilor Purington, what was your question?
If the building, the N2, will it be, where will the canal be? Because to me, the canal runs right along Colton.
Nicole, can you clarify where the canal will be relative in that N2 zone close to Colton?
Hit that space at all. In fact, it crosses under Colton Boulevard and heads up through Green Valley subdivision. There is no canal or ditch or drain that runs along that portion of Colton Boulevard.
The canal is only on the far west end, if I
Far
recall.
west side of the property, and it crosses under Colton Boulevard before it gets to the N2.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's go to a public hearing on this item. If anybody would like to be heard on it, please come forward. You know the routine at this point. So you'll have 3 minutes. Just ask you to tell us your name and address and give us your comments. Is there any public comment on, this is a joint public hearing on both the annexation request and the zone change request. So feel free to comment on either or both. Is there any public comment? Mr. Luthol.
Thank you, Mayor Cole and council members. I originally wasn't going to speak. I've been here observing tonight. It's wonderful to see the council being active in your involvement in land use and that kind of thing. As you know, my name is Rick Luthold. I'm with Sanderson Stewart, and I also do these types of projects and come before you with and will before you again in the future on projects like this. I ask for your support, obviously, of this project. I think it helps address the affordable housing issue and issues that are going on. But the one thing I wanted to make a comment on here this evening, and again, I've been doing this for 37 years, and my father was on the council when I was a kid sitting around, and I got a chance to watch a lot of this. But there's been a lot of discussion about like for like types of land uses across the road. Councilmember Boyette brought it up again here this evening, and Councilmember Neese. And I want to bring up the fact that that's part of what the recode is trying to address in our current land uses, is what we did when I was going through it in the 80s and 90s and created square miles of all our 9,600 houses in our northwest area. Everything's uniform, everything is the same, and we found that from planning and analysis with planning that that's not the best, most efficient use of that property. It doesn't create good community, it doesn't create interactions with your neighborhoods and that kind of thing. And so the current state of planning is to try to get back to the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, the diversity that we had in our land uses at that time. When you'd have several single-family homes, and then you'd have a little corner store, and then you'd have an apartment complex, and it kind of built out as the neighborhood needed housing as it went. I have, my wife and I have a condo out on Monad Road, just west of the Fox Meadow Apartments. And I ask you to think about other land uses in the city of Billings. Our twin home condo backs up to single-family R96 houses to the north of us, right across the fence line from us, and to our east, our subdivision backs up to the Fox Meadow apartment complexes. It's one of the greatest little neighborhoods we've got. I can walk to the mall, I can walk to the grocery stores, I can walk to my office from there. And really that's what Recode is trying to get. So I'm not here to tell you which way to go and that kind of thing, but I do ask you to consider this idea of diversity in the land uses, because as Monica indicated and Nicole indicated, That is going to be a real battle cry that came out of the foundations of Recode, that diversity of land use is what creates great community and great fabric and interlace in the subdivisions that we want to design for the city of Billings, for good quality places for people to live at an affordable price. So that's my comment here. Like I said, thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. Further public comment on item number 7A, little I and little 2, annexation and the zone change. Is there any other public comment on these two items? Any other? Is there anybody online? Kevin, can you or Denise tell us who's available online?
Yes, Mayor, we have Jeff Carroll who would like to speak. Mr. Carroll, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I just want to say, I did write a letter to the council members, and I hope they'll be reading that. I am not in my backyard person. I've said that. I was involved in the Zimmerman when they, with Mr. Zimmerman when they allocated or they divvied it up before. And at that time, we decided that for property value maintenance and to maintain the community feel that I believe are 2 of your 10 criteria, we put in or he put in a buffer system of N3. Right up against Colton. I do not see how anyone can say that does not violate keeping the community feel the same, as well as not jeopardizing housing values to take it was R9600. Then it's N3 because of some stealthy moves by some people. Then it goes to N2, and you even want to take NX1 and put it right by N3. And I haven't had any good luck with the zoning board, but for Nicole to say show you the picture of the townhomes on the west side of, on the north side of Colton to the west, those are not townhomes, those are single family homes. I'm starting to feel like people are being quite devious and deceptive. That's just one of many things. If you watch our zoning meeting, our initial meeting with the developer, it took halfway through before we found out that he intended to make not single family homes, but duplex rentals up against Colton. And I heard somebody say, well, these things up against Colton can either be single family or they can be duplexes, and everybody was talking like that they were going to be single family most likely. No, it's been told that these are going to be duplex rentals. This is a giant rental community, which is fine. Billings needs it, but that buffer zone was put in there for a reason, and you are making massive changes in a step down from what was originally R9600 just across the street. And the previous speaker talked about his home backing up to, or other homes backing up to his. That's the difference, isn't it? It backs up. We're going to be looking at townhomes that are going to be about 1.5 or 2 story, or I don't know how high, but either way, it's going to be multifamily rental homes right across the street. And I don't even see how you can justify saying that this is in characteristic with the neighborhood and won't affect the value of our homes. So if you can come to that conclusion, you might as well disband the zoning board, because you're just going to let them do anything they want anyway. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on the line, Denise or Kevin? Nope, okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And there's nobody else present going to the podium, so we'll close our public hearing on item 7A, little I, and little 2. Back to, we do need to address both of these items separately. So first is A, little I, the annexation. Council, how would you like to proceed? Council Member Shaw.
Sure.
Councilmember Bernice.
I'll make a motion for item 7A, little I. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve annexation 22-02 as recommended by staff.
Second. And second by Councilmember Bernice. Discussion on the motion. This is again just on the annexation. Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. It's nice to see city, or these county islands disappearing, and this is one of those times. And so I have no trouble with the annexation. I think we need to bring it in. So I think we'll go through it. smoothly on the annexation, but I think there's problems later on we have to address.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. Okay, so the motion is for approval of item 7A little I, annexation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, and if opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. 7AI is approved. 7A double little I, the zoning ordinance. Is there further discussion or motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 1009 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the zoning commission.
Motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'd like to speak to the motion one.
And second by Councilmember Gulick. He had 3 fingers up, but we'll say that's okay. He's an old Boy Scout, probably. Okay, Councilmember Shaw or Gulick, did you like to speak to your motion?
I do. I'll be very fast, but I wanted to say I really appreciated Mr. Luthold coming forward and speaking during public comment because I've been sitting here all night thinking, how do I explain this? I live in an area of town that does have quite diverse housing. So on my block, 2 houses over, there's a 3-plex. You know, it's half rentals, it's half people that own their houses. A block over, it's all multifamily apartment complexes. And it's great. Like, it really is. You know, I'm half a block from Harper and Madison, the old coffee shop that's going to be revitalized. So I look at this and I see the potential for the really awesome things that I enjoy in my own neighborhood being able to be expanded to other areas of town that don't already have that built-in density. Because I live near the downtown, so it's built in there. But I just want to say that, density, it doesn't equate to necessarily bringing down property values. And I think the duplex versus the singleplex thing, I can see there's a lot of young families that would be very interested, I think, in buying a duplex and being able to live in one half and rent out the other half. I think the size of houses we're looking for, it's shifting and it's changing. So I really appreciate this vision and I support it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gulick, that was your second. Did you want to address the motion? No? Okay.
Except to say this, that I live across the street from a duplex. I live in a single family house, but the duplex, they're great neighbors. I think it gives it's nice to have some diversity in the neighborhood of types.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion, Councilmember Ripsas.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I as well. I live right across directly across from me is a duplex. We've got probably 8 or 10 of them in our neighborhood, and I don't see a duplex ever implying inferiority and decreasing somebody's housing value because they live in an N3, and it seems to be almost kind of a look down your nose kind of a opinion of it. But to me, this development is great. It's on major thoroughfares. Grand and Zimmerman will have some traffic issues to deal with. Zimmerman, I think, are just going to continue to get worse over the years, and so we'll have to deal with those. But it's a great location. Traffic will flow in and out easily. I like the idea of the N2 better because of the lack of driveways across that multi-use path. It's a safer environment for everybody. And honestly, it forms a better, if not ideal, a better buffer between the N3 zoning north of Colton and the NX3 south. I don't like that it's only a single row, but that's kind of what we're getting here today. It's at least a better transition from the N3 to the NX3 than what was proposed before. I don't like the idea of having NX3 right up next to the N3 like that, like the original plan was. I think this is better. So I definitely support this motion.
Thank you. Further, Councilor Bernice?
Yeah, when I first saw this, I thought, boy, this is tough. There's a lot I liked about this plan. But there's some things that I think we as council have to look at the whole community and what we're approving. When property owners buy their house, they move into an area, they expect what they're going to live in and what they look at the zoning and look at what they're living next to. That's why they choose their neighborhoods, and they spend, years ago, hundreds of thousands of dollars, now, $500,000, $300,000 on their home. And so this went through the county zoning, the county and the neighborhoods, and they had an agreement. There was that buffer. I'm familiar with these buffers. We've had it up in the heights in several areas between high density units and low density units like this, the N3, and where the buffer is really put in place on the property owner's side who's making the change. And so those residents who are there, their property likeness and similarity is preserved as they wanted to, as they moved in there, as they invested into that area. And the investor is making a huge investment in this to build these properties. And I don't disagree with him moving up the NX1 up to the side where he had, the NX or the N3. That to me is not problematic. It backs up to other property. There's no interaction there except maybe over the back fence. I have some problems with the P1, and maybe we can address that in the development that on that one section above the NX1 where all it is a ditch. And so I think if we continue to support projects that we don't agree with fully in some respect in one way or the other, then I think we're going to continue to get projects before us that we don't agree with, and it's like, oh, that's okay, we'll go ahead. But then we're creating poor planned neighborhoods in where we wanted to actually develop better neighborhoods, have a better continuity in transition. And so again, there's a lot I liked about this. If that would have been N3 up along the top, I probably would support this. But because it's not, because I think it's impacting the neighborhood, the people who have invested in that area, I think we have a right not only to this property owner to zone him properly, but we have a right to the other property owners to preserve what they've invested in as well. And so for that, I will not support this.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's getting late and I want to remain diplomatic. It gets to the point where our diplomacy sort of starts to fray. Somehow I'm hearing, and I hope I'm wrong, I think I'm hearing diversity of housing choice isn't good because the right choices are the more expensive choices, and I just hope I'm not hearing that. I really do hope. Do we just build houses for people who can afford them at a certain level? Or do we build housing for the people who actually live in this town? So I'm going to keep my diplomacy as held together as possible and make that the end of my comment. I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Purington.
I think I would probably echo a lot of what Roy said in his statement. Another issue that I have with this particular zoning, and yes, I agree, I think the land use begs for multifamily housing in that area. But I agree with the buffer. I also look at Avalon and Plentyview and some of those streets, the local streets, and I think they're going to get hammered for some of those trying to get up to Poly. Because I know I wouldn't go up 38th because it's school. But you've got 2 elementary schools right there. You do have a lot of commercial. It does beg. But I cannot get past the N2.
Thank you very much. A question for Nicole, I think it is probably. Nicole, I drove the area the other day, and although they are single-family homes right across on the north side of Colton, my recollection, correct me if I'm wrong, though, is that there are many duplexes. I forget whether it was on Green Valley or Avalon, and also very small single-family, and they're almost just glued together as you get farther to the north. Can you set me straight on those streets? Aren't there a lot of attached units heading north. Trying to get a feel for the broader neighborhood, not just the houses immediately on the north side of Colton.
Right, I'm not sure heading north, there are smaller lots and smaller homes.
Right.
The further north you go, from Colton up through Green Valley, as you said, in Sunnyview. Directly on Zimmerman Trail is the parcel that the city sold when it didn't need it for the Zimmerman Trail improvements. And that has all unit owners. Those are all single-family dwelling units, though, because of the prior zoning of residential 6,000 restricted, which was a single-family but on a smaller lot area. As you know, under our new zoning, we don't rely on lot area to determine how many units or structures can be built on the property. We rely on the length of the street frontage in front of the property. So the difference between an N2 and an N3 is 15 feet. More street frontage is required in N3 for a single-family dwelling, and in N2, you require 50 feet for any structure, any single structure, whether it has 1 or 2 units.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion? Is there any further discussion on the motion? I guess I'm just going to comment on the issue of expectations, because I think that's really an important one. And if we're talking about infill, where you've got a very established neighborhoods, expectations would be very powerful. If somebody's lived in the neighborhood for 30 years, we're going to come hear that. The county zoning was approved within the last 2 years, I believe. Nicole, I don't know if you can give me a heads up. The county 2016. Okay, so it's 4 to 6 years, and if somebody has moved in that time period, I would understand the expectation issue. However, anybody who moved before that, we're looking at giant fields, empty fields, and even to this day, anybody moving in there is still looking at empty fields. And I think the reality needs to be, if you move to an empty field, you really don't know what's going to be built there. And so kind of buyers beware. Similarly, if you move to a large undeveloped property in our central area, like the Elks or the Shrine or around the old Gibsons, there's going to be change. So there are expectations and there are expectations. Okay, are we ready to vote? Let's have a hand vote. So again, the motion is for approval. We'll first ask for a show of hands for those in favor, and then we'll ask for a show of hands in opposition. So if in favor of the motion for approval, item 7A, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Shaw, Owen, Joy, Cole, Chariki, and Repsifs, and Gulick. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Neese, Tidswell, Purington, and Boyette. Motion passes 7-4. That concludes item 7A little 2, and the development agreement 7B is next. Denise, would you read item 7B?
Yes, Mayor. It's development agreement with Highlands ZHP Subdivision LLC et al. For property located south of Colton Boulevard and west of Zimmerman Trail. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you. There is no presentation, but I guess, Debbie, there is some comments.
Yeah,
that would be great.
2 quick things. One of them is that earlier today on item 4, we had a site plan that came in that's never dedicated right away. The way that we do these development agreements makes sure that doesn't happen in the future. So these annexations are conditioned, or the development agreement says right in here that they have to dedicate right away. So if they come in and they don't do a subdivision, they just come in as a site, they will have to dedicate right away. So this kind of closes that issue we have with the site development from earlier tonight. The other thing I just wanted to point out, we're trying to encourage people to use irrigation water in areas that they can. As most of you know, this last summer was tough, and it's just getting worse and worse. So we're going to try to encourage people that live on or develop on ditches or have well opportunities to use some alternate water. So you'll see that opportunity too. It's not a requirement, an opportunity. So just two different things I wanted to point out.
Okay, thank you very much. There is no presentation, but are there any questions for staff on the development agreement item 7B? And there will be no public hearing on this item. Councilmember Neese?
Debbie, does the development agreement, or can the development agreement, or does the development agreement prevent the developer from putting streets on Colton? Is it in there that states they cannot put drive access on Colton? And if it's not, can we add that? Because the developer told us they weren't going to do it, but as we've learned from other developers, unless it's in writing.
So at this point, no. The development agreement usually talks about the streets themselves, and then if there's something major like an access point or something. This particular one, and I'm reading to make sure I did not say anything wrong here. Doesn't look like it. So no, we don't require it yet. I'm rebooting, so. Everyone's computer's doing this tonight.
Yeah, Dave's going to have
I'll try to remember what was in it, but no.
Yeah, okay, and so, and just a quick follow-up on that, along with that Colton area where there's supposed to be no drive accesses and stuff, I noticed on the little plan we had, there's a squiggly line coming down through that would be like probably a pathway that they can get from the walkway into the other development, but it's not aligned with the street. And so I fear people from maybe across the street crossing midway or vice versa. Is there any way to make sure that those pathways that kind of make you want to cross the street that are aligned with streets, so those street crossings and stuff like that, we don't get a bunch of jaywalkers and someone get hit?
You know, at subdivision, we can absolutely look at that. We don't want to encourage people to cross in areas that they shouldn't be crossing, so we do look at that.
So we can look at it later on at the
At subdivision, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
great, thank you.
Okay, Debbie, if we can come back to that question though, because I think it would be a good idea to require that there not be driveways going across that pathway, but I understood Nicole to say that that's an existing requirement of our zoning regulations. If that's not correct, could you correct my impression, Nicole, and could you specifically comment on whether you would have any concern about our adding a provision to the development agreement requiring, especially since the developer says they have no intention to put driveways across that trail, to prohibit driveways across the trail and require front facing onto Colton?
The zoning doesn't prevent a driveway access to a public street. The only way that can be done usually is through subdivision, and there's a no access strip that's put across the front of a property where you don't want any driveway access to occur. You can also do limited access strips, so the city decides where that drive approach can go. I don't have any objection, but I'm not the person to ask about whether it should be put in the development agreement.
Are you referring to the developer? If so, we'll look to the developer and see whether he has any concern about our adding that requirement to the development agreement. Preston? We got a thumbs up, but you want to go to the microphone and put your thumbs up into verbal form, please?
We don't think it's a good idea to cross that multi-use trail with driveways, so we're totally fine with what restrictions you want to put in writing that says we're going to rear access those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
And adjust that.
Okay, so we've had our presentation. Any further questions for staff on this item, or is there a motion relating to it? Councilmember Neese.
I have another question regarding the P1 property next to Colton. Right now, all that is an open ditch. Is that going to be like the rest of the ditch, I guess farther on down through the north? I think you said the ditch runs north there. Will that be covered so that the P1 will be actually a P1 of parkland? And for the safety of all these kids that are going to be playing around in this high NX districts, will that be covered to make sure that, like the rest of it's covered?
And that question is for staff or?
Well, let me ask you this, Debbie, I know Debbie, this is for you for the development agreement. Can we put that restriction in the development agreement? We've seen that before in other development agreements where there's a ditch. Sometimes it gets covered or gets moved, just to make sure that it's not going to be right in the open for public and things like that. Is that something that we can put in the development agreement to say, hey, for the safety of the area, you want to make sure that portion of the ditch that they are responsible for is actually developed?
This is the big ditch, I think. The big ditch has a say in whether you can do that to their ditch or not. They don't like culverts. They don't like things piped. They generally find that the maintenance is high. We end up having to do a lot of it. So it'd really be their decision. It's their ditch.
But they already have most of it covered now, right?
In a lot of places they do. We would just have to ask them and see if they would allow it.
Do the developers have any issue with covering that for the protection of your residents?
So if we can ask Preston, if you go back to the microphone, and the question then would be, could we put a provision in the development agreement saying that the developer will cooperate and pipe that ditch if the ditch company has no objections to doing so?
I would prefer to put something in that we could explore it. There's a lot of issues that come when you start covering up ditches, especially on a radius. You just had a ditch overflow over by the rims up by the hospital recently that was going underneath a long area that they couldn't get well maintained. So I think it's worth exploring, but I think you also need to be careful when you start covering ditches for long periods, and especially on radiuses.
Okay, I did not hear a thumbs up on that one.
No.
And understand, as soon as you make a corner on a ditch, and I don't know if there's a real safety issue here or not, but okay, thank you for those questions. Any further questions for staff, or is there a motion relating to this matter? Our motion, council member,
I'll
Councilmember
keep making
Shaw.
motions, but anybody else is welcome to join in. I move to approve the development agreement with Highland ZHP Subdivision LLC as recommended by staff, with the addition that the housing along Colton be front facing and so have the rear entry driveways to not cross the sidewalks. But I will say I want to couch that language to say I want to leave that to the subdivision piece, because I think that's really their jurisdiction. That's not really the zone change in the development agreement in my mind. So I don't mind putting it in there, but I don't want to, I would like it to be we would like to see this.
Okay, I interpret that part of your motion just to be a offhand comment.
Sure.
That the motion is still for approval with the requirement that there be a provision added to the development agreement requiring that the houses on Colton face Colton and not have driveways that cross the multi-use trail. Is that your correct?
As discussed tonight and as agreed to by the developer with
Yes,
the thumbs
okay.
up sign, yes.
And Councilmember Gulick is indicating a second to that motion. Okay, if that's clear, discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese.
Do you know the trail that they're putting in, is that a connection trail, or is that just actually going to be a portion of trail? And what is that connecting? Do we know?
Can somebody comment further? It does connect over once you get to Zimmerman, I know, but I don't know farther to the west. Debbie, can you comment where that trail goes?
The 10-foot wide multi-use trail on Colton. Yeah, it'll connect. Well, eventually it'll connect to Zimmerman and throughout the rest of Colton. Colton being a collector, we will want to put a trail on that side, on the south side the entire way.
Okay, so it's not connecting anything right now on either side?
There's already a trail on the southern side of Colton.
Okay, all right.
On the west property, just west of us.
West. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. Motion is for approval with that condition to be added to the development agreement. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes, including Councilmember Gulick. That concludes item 7B. Brings us to the ward boundary adjustment. Denise, would you read item 7C, please?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 4 to include recently annexed property in Annexation 2202, a parcel located in Zimmerman Home Place subdivision. Highlands CHP Subdivision LLC et al. Are the petitioners. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. There is no presentation on this item. I assume there are no questions, so is there a motion?
Public hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Is there? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to be heard? We'll open it for public hearing on this item. Is there any public comment? There's none present. Is there any online? Kevin's indicating no. So we will close the public hearing on item 7C. Now, Councilmember Purington.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 4 as recommended by staff.
Second. Second by Councilmember Tidswell. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 And aye. Any opposition, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes 7C. Is there any public comment on non-agenda items, something that was not on our agenda tonight? Any public comment? Don't see any here. Is there anybody online? There's no public comment on non-agenda items, so that item is closed. Any council initiatives? That item is closed. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. 10:30.